Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked it.
Oh, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Tyler Pham, hello. Airborne Kite, hello. Conservative Liberalism, hello. So, sorry that I wasn't here on Friday. I did have something that blew up, but basically it's resolving itself over the weekend. And the truth is, I'll tell you guys about what's going on with me on a personal level at some point, but obviously I would love to resolve it first. And effectively, I'm boiling down to a binary choice in the situation. So I know I'm being like overly vague, but let's just say it's one of those like life events where there's like 10,000 factors and 10,000 ways that it could play out, but ultimately you have to make a choice and stick with it. It's getting boiled down to a choice of two things, and then those two things both have consequences. And so I'm evaluating those two things seriously because they do determine the next few years of my life for sure. So I'll tell you about those things as soon as I have them resolved. But basically within the logistics of this big life decision that I'm making, there was something big on Friday. And as a result, I wasn't able to, come hang out with you guys. Just one of those things. It is what it is. I'm sure as you get older, as you get into your 30s and 40s, you guys will soon know what the fuck I'm talking about. So if you're in your early 20s or late 20s or early 30s and you haven't experienced a medical issue or a sickness in the family or a moving date or something like that, that is, serious, then I'm sure you will at some point. You'll be like, damn, that is what it's like. It is stressful and weird and terrible, but it is what it is. Jeb Kush says, Red 4 standing by. You know what makes me upset? You know what makes me upset about Red 4 standing by, Jeb Kush, is how good the fighter culture in Star Wars is. It makes me so upset because I would legitimately out of all the things that are like iconic in the Star Wars stuff, like the Battle of Yavin 4, the trench run in the Death Star, even the X-Wing run in the new Disney movies was great on what is it, Starkiller Base or whatever. I know Starkiller Base is silly, just a planet-sized Death Star, which honestly is not that bad of an idea. With a Death Star, you have to build the entire infrastructure. Whereas with Starkiller Base, not only do you get a bigger thing, but you don't have to build 80% of it. You can just hollow it out, So the truth is that like all the X-Wing runs, all the fighter runs, all the TIE fighter runs, man, like a TV show. Once again, like I am an imp at the end of the day. I do think the Imperials have like excellent aesthetics. They got like a cool militant culture. Darth Sidious is actually the worst part of the Empire. The Empire itself is pretty cool. Darth Sidious sucks. But having like a drama, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the 2000 series Battlestar Galactica, but the 2000 series Battlestar Galactica is basically like a military political drama with the backdrop being a fleet that is on an Exodus campaign, a biblical style Exodus campaign, where the political intrigue and drama is between fighter pilots and the political administration of a naval fleet. And so if you did that, basically do Battlestar Galactica. do Imperial Battlestar Galactica with like a the stresses of actually running the Imperium, or do Battlestar Galactica because everybody loves the rebels, right? Do Battlestar Galactica, but have it as a rebel fleet on the run, and oh my god, it would be so good. And so like the lack of creativity within Disney Star Wars, that they can't readily see formulas that would, be the skeleton on which to hang Star Wars aesthetics and characters, is frustrating. But anyways, enough of my Star Wars yap. Well, QC John says, good morning, girl hottest. May your girl stay hot. May your beer stay cold. And may you keep all your fingers from blowing things up. Amen. Amen. Kazra says, what's up, guys? Happy to see you're still alive, Kazra. Please try to stay alive as much as you can. Tyler Pham says, sounds serious. Wish you luck. Thank you. Conserve says, life throws you wrenches and you can't dodge all of them. Just keep it between the lines. Yep. Just know how to take some hits to the nuts every now and then. That's just life, man. Darth Panzer says, Red October standing by. Blue Harvest was also great. The Hunt for Red October, I don't know what Blue Harvest is. Red October to me is a 1980s submarine warfare Russian movie starring Sean Connery and was it Alec Baldwin? I feel like it was a Baldwin, but I don't know if it was a Baldwin. But The Hunt for Red October is a classic, and then that's also a book series by Tom Clancy, and I've read actually like half a dozen to a dozen Tom Clancy books. They are of mixed quality, to be honest, but he does have a good he does have like a good eye for like militaria. I think his plots are kind of meh, but his militaria and his capture of military personality is pretty good. Oh, Dana says, hey, y'all. Hey, Sen Patriarch says, but Ilum is a cool planet. Is it? I forget which one Ilum is. If that's the salt planet, I would be so pissed. Randy Chang says, I unironically love the pod racing sequence. Dude, imagine take a outlaw racing movie. Take not Road to Perdition. There was another one. I'm trying to think. Well, I'm thinking of Idlewild featuring Outkast. Don't make it a musical. Obviously not a musical. But if you what is it? So Idlewild, take 1920s gangster bootlegging aesthetic. Like take like a Boardwalk Empire. Take Boardwalk Empire, take Road to Perdition, take Public Enemies, take that 1920s gangster moonshine running whatever, and then make an entire TV series of pod racers who are like running spice on Tatooine, and they're like running afoul of the Hutts, and they're running afoul of Boba Fett as the new daimyo. They're running afoul of the Pike Syndicate. They're running afoul, like just make it like a outlaw moonshine TV show. That would be fucking amazing. So once again, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You just need to find art that already works, put it in the Star Wars setting, and then make the dialogue and the characters memorable. It would be amazing. Airborne Kite. Excuse me. Sorry for mispronouncing your name. I'm still waking up. I didn't love The Last Jedi, but seeing X-Wing skimming the surface of a lake was cool as hell. I must remember. Oh, yeah. When they get rescued by the Resistance. I think the Resistance is the lamest name possible. I think they should have been... And also the narrative that as soon as the rebels win, they become the Republic again, they decide to demilitarize because of Mon Mothma being a wussy. I hate that. I hate that with my whole body. How could you think that like power abhors a vacuum? How could you go through the corruption of the Republic leading to the centralized power of the Empire and then believe that like abdicating military power is the way to move the galaxy forward? What an insane and stupid political analysis. Mon Mothma is an asshole. All right. Kosser says, if I'm a fan of writing and character development and narrative, can I enjoy 40K too? Yeah, dude. The Horus Heresy series, once you understand the aesthetic, once you understand that everybody is running around in power armor with a nuclear fusion backpack with bolters that are machine guns that fire miniature rocket propelled grenades, that there's like weird aliens and there's weird spaceships, and you pay attention to the descriptions of the spaceships. Once you can build what it all looks like in your mind, the Horus Heresy for Warhammer 40K is basically biblical. It's like biblical, mythological, like wars of the gods. It's amazing. It's like Greek mythology, except for the Greek gods are genetically engineered freaks, you know, running around with rocket propelled grenade machine guns. It's amazing. Anyways, Darth Vader says rotating cockpit on the B-wing was peak. Legit made me buy the Reliant Tana in Star Citizen. Based. Sun Patriarch says asking Disney Star Wars to do more than Mando or nostalgia is a tall ask. I know. But why didn't they ask me? Why didn't they say, hey, I know there's a random Warhammer 40K YouTuber with 120,000 subs. Why don't we invite him into the writer's room and just have him be treated as a peer to Dave Filoni and Sam Witwer? You know? Sam Witwer, something like that. Grassroots gifted 20 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you for starting the day off with an Oil King. You're very much appreciated. Thank you for your support, both in the stream and in the chat and also in DMs. I do appreciate you, King. August Puigi says, I'm sad that after the Emperor died, they made plenty of stories about the Imperial remnants being just as evil instead of making it more nuanced, wasted aesthetic for those guys. True. That was allegedly Thrawn. Like, Thrawn in the book series is supposed to be a guy who's like, he's like chaotic. Wait, hold on. Is he lawful? He's like lawful evil. Like, he does evil shit, but he does evil shit in the name of order. And then he's also like a really competent political operative, where if he can co-opt his enemies into his empire, like his nascent fiefdom, then he co-opts them. He does not try to fight everybody all at the same time. He actually tries to convince his enemies to become a part of his political infrastructure. So yeah, that would be interesting. It would be interesting to have what is it, the terrorist guy. It would be interesting. I know Saw Gerrera is dead, but it would be interesting to have Saw Gerrera's remnants, like these like rebel terrorists, like continuing the war, hunting down the Imperial remnant, and then have like lawful, evil Imperial remnants that were actually providing some degree of stability within their fiefdoms that was better than the anarchic craziness of the, you know, New Republic. That would be amazing storytelling. But of course, that requires like nuance and political analysis and plot. So, whoops. Darth Panzer says Blue Harvest is the Family Guy Star Wars series. Oh, okay. I gotcha. That's interesting. Randy Shanks says sometimes I get to hunt for Red October and Crimson Tide confused. True. Subri Keller says I missed the notification. Well, that's why I announced it in the Discord. I really announced it in the Discord so Christian Valeris wouldn't harass me. But I did do it. So, Sun Patriarch says Ilum is the Starkiller base and where Jedi used to get their lightsaber crystals. Oh, base. Oh no, Ilum. Oh no. The salt planet is Crate. I didn't know that was Ilum. Oh, that's really fucked up. That's so fucked up. Why were the Jedi defending Ilum? After the New Republic, why wasn't that their like one of their first things? Because Ilum, sorry, real quick, Star Wars nerd time. Ilum is like it's a frozen planet. The core of the planet like spews forth Kyber crystal, and then the Jedi would go there in order to effectively go on a vision quest so they could obtain the Kyber that they needed for their lightsabers, and then they would create their lightsabers off of that. Why did they abandon Ilum? That's insane. That's like I'm trying to think of what the analogy would be, but that would be like the I don't know, the United States of America gets destroyed and then it abandons Area 51. It's like, why would you ever abandon Area 51? That's where all the secret weapons are. If anything, like you would retreat to Area 51 so you have a strong base of operations from which to operate. That's fucking crazy. Now, if there was a story about how the Jedi tried to protect Ilum and then the new, what is it? The New Order? I forget who it is. The First Order. If the First Order actually like militarily seized Ilum, expelled the Jedi, and then multiple resistance / rebel attempts to retake Ilum failed. That would be interesting as shit. I would love to see that movie. Airborne says you can just say, now this is pod racing in any situation. Nice. Grassroots says take Ford versus Ferrari. See, I wouldn't want to take a whole plot of like this pod racer needs to beat this pod racer by building the best pod that's ever existed ever, and then get into the technical aspects of pod racing. But that could be like a backdrop. That could be like a subplot of, let's say that you're like a shiner, you're like a moonshine runner, you're a spice runner for one, crime lord, and another crime lord is like trying to build a rival pod racing team that runs spice. And so you guys are like competing over who gets the territory. That would be sick. Harstar says, good morning, sir. Hope you had and the family had a nice weekend. We did okay. Like I said, there was some drama on Friday, but we're surviving. We're figuring it out. Gran Torino, but with pod racers, Clint Eastwood just being racist to Gungans. Now that is pod racing. Get Clint Eastwood. Get Clint Eastwood to play a character in, Freetown or whatever, and just have him be hella racist to Gungans. That would be amazing. I would love, or have him be hella racist to Tusken Raiders, to Sand People. He's like, get off my stoop, get off my moisture farm. You could have Clint Eastwood and the Tusken Raiders, because the Tusken Raiders hate non-indigenous Tatooine folk. They hate everyone who's not a Tusken. And they will kill moisture farmers because they view moisture farmers as people who are like stealing from the natural resources of Tatooine, because water is sacred. And so they should have, a subplot where Clint Eastwood is on a moisture farm, and the Tuskens show up, and he speaks Tusken. And the Tuskens are like, you need to shut down your farm and move out, old man. Move on or get moved on. And then Clint Eastwood with like a Imperial E11 blaster, or like a salvaged Clone War DC-15. He's like, get off my moisture farm. That'd be very silly, but I would shit my pants. I would think that was so funny. August Speak said it has to be a psyop that the literal purple-haired annoying on purpose character is the one that disarms the New Republic, resulting in it getting crushed by the New Order. Yeah, what was Kathleen Kennedy saying? What was Kathleen Kennedy saying by having like the SJW Laura Denham character absolutely destroy the resistance through incompetence and stupidity, while eviscerating the white straight male proxy who's not even fully white? What did she mean by the white straight male being totally correct and then everybody getting murdered because the SJW proxy was a fucking idiot? What did she mean by that? That was amazing. Groovy Harp says the new trilogy should have been Imperial remnants as rebels, have them blow up the Republic Justice Star as the low point for the heroes. True. That would be amazing. Horse God says demilitarizing feels like it goes against the Mon Mothma character in Andor. I'm sure it does. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Darth Panther says Andor was still peak and I'm still waiting. Well, I'm going chronological, so you're going to be waiting for a while. Grid says, Connor, do we do sci-fi debates on my debate show? You should join. Cool. Yeah, I will. Corey Peltzman says, D's nuts. Good to see you, King. Randy Chang says, Valerie reacts to the Ewok movie Battle for Endor. See? And then go back and make the Ewoks not cute anymore, right? Have an Imperial remnant, that goes to Endor, and that could even be their opener. Their opener could be that they're an Imperial remnant who was on Endor during the Battle of Endor, and they watched the whatever blow up. But then, and that was one of the subplots for Battlefront 2, I think. You're like a female special forces Imperial who switches sides to the rebels, but just don't switch sides. Just tell the story from the perspective of the Imperial remnant going up against, little teddy bears that eat your flesh. They knock you out with rocks and then they stab you to death, or they don't even stab you to death. They cook you alive and then they eat you. I mean, that would be what an insane shot that would be, to have like a rookie Imperial stormtrooper or a rookie Imperial army guy, mud trooper, have him like go to Endor. You know, he's a rookie. He's not corrupted by the Empire yet. He's not corrupted by the Republic or the Resistance yet. And then he gets like knocked out by, you know, the Battle of Endor. And then when he gets knocked out, he wakes up and he sees like his brothers in arms getting like their cooked flesh getting eaten by like giddy Ewoks. So, all right. I mean, that would be amazing. Grid says, an example of a topic from my debate show: Star Wars did the Resistance's reliance on hope and heroism in The Last Jedi doom them to failure against the First Order's superior strategy? Yeah, of course. I would love to fight that. Of course. I'll be there with bells on. Sun Patriarchs as the Empire literally took their shit and said, what if we make it cooler? And then just did that. I know. Darth Panzer says the Jedi didn't defend Ilum because Luke was going through an emo phase. Yeah, that's not a good excuse. That's not a good excuse at all. Jeb Kush says, yeah, so in Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, you see the Proto Starkiller base. That's cool. August Puig says, I think they got orbital bombed in Ilum. Well, I mean, if they literally like cracked the planet. Oh, approved. Send it. I don't care if it's spicy. Oh my God. Fell Runner says, welcome back, nerd. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry I was gone on Friday. And Destiny, or a Destiny Clips channel, is posting the Destiny and my debate, and they're asking whether or not it should be collaborative. So, sorry, one second. I got an email and it says, hey, have you had enough? And I want to make sure it's not somebody threatening my YouTube channel. All right. Nope. It was not somebody threatening my YouTube channel. By the way, news on that front. I will start the content. I always say I'll start. Hold on one second. Sam's being an ass in a funny way, but you know, she's being an ass. Change MAGA to okay. Eliminate MAGA or change to Never Trump and then send it. Eliminate MAGA or change to Never Trump and then send it. She's doing, so Sam is a chief operating officer for Destiny. She's a nice gal. She's very cool. I've hung out with her a couple of times when we went shooting. She's actually the videographer when we go shooting. We can frame it as MAGA ex-cop angrily confronts Destiny on ice shooting. And I said, eliminate MAGA or change it to Never Trump and then send it. So Never Trump ex-cop angrily confronts Destiny on ice shooting, or just ex-cop angrily confronts Destiny on ice shooting. Either way, if they put Never Trump, then that'll at least get me some grace with the DGG crowd who doesn't know who I am. And then if they eliminate Never Trump, then enough people will be pissed off that they'll take a look at it. And then realistically, I do expect the do it so I get disillusioned MAGA. I'm sorry if I'm talking a bunch of nonsense. To come over to me. Sorry if there's dead air. This is actually going to be pretty funny. It is. Send it without, and it will be spicy and fun. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, sorry. So basically, I think what I'm telling Sam to send is ex-cop angrily confronts Destiny on ice shooting. I think that's going to kick the hornet's nest because they're doing a Destiny video and they're going to tag me in it. I don't know if it's going to be a Destiny clip channel or if it's going to be a main channel video, but either way, we're going to kick the DGG hornet's nest proverbially. Jesus, I can't pronounce shit today. Proverbially, we're going to kick the DGG hornet's nest, but then hopefully we get like, if there's some MAGA people who are kind of disillusioned, who don't know that I hate Trump with every fiber of my being, then maybe we'll get a few contrarian right people to come check us out. So that'll be good. That'll be good. Darth Panzer says Ilum is in the unknown regions. I believe in uncharted and first order space. Well, Area 51 is in what, Nevada or New Mexico or something? I forget where Area 51 is, but Area 51 is in like the shithole desert in the middle of nowhere. So yeah, I mean, Area 51 is a perfect analog in my mind right now. Cosra says, I meant, do we follow certain characters like Tolkien work? There's a lore and world building, but we also follow a journey. Yeah, 100%. I don't even know what that follow-up question is in reference to. Oh, yeah, 40K. 40K for sure. Matter of fact, Kazra, I have a specific recommendation for you. Follow the Eisenhorn series. So I read the first Eisenhorn book, and I'm not going to lie, it was amazing, but it felt out of place in the 40K setting because they actually emphasized so much Imperial world building. I felt like I was in a Sherlock Holmes in murder investigation in the first like 20 minutes of the book. Then they wrap up the murder investigation. Then they, meet like this hooker that almost gets murdered by a bunch of like corrupt Imperial police or something. And so you interrupt that. And then it's a question of whether or not she's going to join the Inquisition and join this version of Sherlock Holmes. Then they go on a like xenocult investigation. And then once they get into the xenocult investigation, there's a bunch of like civilian rogue trader world building that even explains like interplanetary commerce in the 40K setting, which felt like amazing. It was the first time that I can remember in the book series for Warhammer 40K where I really felt like I got a vivid picture of the Imperium at peace. Because the Imperium is not at peace. It's always on a war footing. But you have to understand that there are entire generations of Imperial citizens who are born and die on worlds that are not at war. We focus on the planets that are at war. But realistically, there's like centuries or millennia of planets that just never get attacked. And therefore, if they're an agri world, if they're a forge world, if they're a hive world, if they're a feudal world, they actually go on for centuries or millennia without molestation. And so it was kind of explaining the civil society there. And I thought that was amazing. It was a really cool insight that made 40K more rich for me. Sam says, I'm kind of managing the YouTube currently if you have any additional YouTube related needs. Oh, okay, cool. I shall reach out, but I do want to balance making content and being a friend versus clout sharking. So I shall be chill. All right. Eben says, good morning, Grill Hottest. Are you in one piece, Mr. Points? I am. I am physically fine. Grasser says the Independent Federation of Systems, for example, who are the good guys, by the way? No, they're not. Separatists are not the good guys. I know the heroes on both sides opening to the Revenge of the Sith is a nod to the fact that like Count Dooku could be considered a hero of the Separatist movement and that the Republic actually was unironically corrupt and falling apart. But at the same time, like, watch Count Dooku from the Clone Wars series. It's pretty clear he's a villain. Horse God says, I'm having an existential crisis. A robot sang a Spanish song during the Super Bowl. The communist takeover is complete. I've been eating hamburgers all morning to calm myself down. Based. Excellent. All right. Sorry that I'm just DMing Sam, but I like Sam. Sacred Snow says Clint Eastwood as Uncle Owens. That would be amazing. Seahawks, who won the Super Bowl, their defense called them the dark side. Excellent. Although that does feel racist, considering like 80% of NFL players are black. Evan says Connor would have loved it. True. Airborne Kite says pod racers are chariots, so presumably there was a moment when they switched from animals to jet engines, and I would watch that miniseries. That would be amazing. Look, General Grievous. I do love General Grievous. Get off my moisture farm. Yeah, exactly. Are Tusken Raiders people? Like, is that just masks or their actual face? Nobody knows. The only times that Tusken Raiders do not have clothing is when they're having sex. I think it's when they're having sex. I think they said there's like 2 times that the Tusken people take off their clothes, and it's when they're having sex. And I guess it's like during like religious rituals at, underground wells that are their like secrets. So nobody knows what a Tusken looks like. Darth Panzer says the Tuskens are actually a really cool culture in SWTOR. They revered Force users that could make a crate dragon molt via the Force and bathed in its blood as gods. That's cool. Focus Lady says that's something Sean Connery is uniquely qualified to do. True. Who in the Star Wars world hasn't had a few dozen kids for no reason? True. Our Star says, sorry to hear about the drama. Glad you're working through it. Anything I can do to help, let me know. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Guys, just hang out. Hang out, have a good time, enjoy the chat, enjoy the content, engage with chat, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My bullshit's my bullshit to handle. You know what? I'm trying to be an adult as much as I can. I fail, but I try. Horse God says, need a series showing old man Ben Kenobi gooning around Mos Eisley's seedy red light district. I hate you. Reddy Chang says, not sure if cannibal Ewoks would sell as many lunchboxes. True. If you can love Darth Vader, you can love General Grievous. I agree with that. I actually do love General Grievous. General Grievous from the 2D animation by Genndy Tartakovsky is amazing. Well, QC John says, I grilled so much last night and will be excited leftover deer chili and deer burgers all week. However, in other news, my new nacho cheese fountain wife got me Christmas was beautiful. That is amazing. So I did start doing a little bit of grocery shopping for myself, just to get the stuff that I want that the wife wasn't getting. And I made myself cheeseburgers this past week, and it was phenomenal. Focus Lady says, has Obi-Wan Kenobi ever met Doctor Who somewhere in deep space? I hope not. Corey Peltzman says, you can never have enough of Stun Seed, a.k.a. D's Nuts. I get it. Have you had enough of Trump? I have. Grid's here, so I won't say anything rude, but bear in mind, I am, let's just say I'm not a fan. That's the nicest way that I can say what I need to say. 2015 to now would have been 11 years. Oh my God. Heartstar says, sometimes I think you worry too much about structure. I'm 99% sure that would just vibe, that chat would just vibe with you all day. I understand, but when we're just vibing, it's 50 people, and it's not. They're my favorite people in the chat. So it's not a problem to hang out with 50 people. But I think that when we're getting 100 to 150 people, it's because we do have some level of structure. So it is because we are pursuing some content. Conserve says, you've hung out with Sam and she thinks you're MAGA. Did politics not come up while shooting? Not really. Not really. Also, she just might be picking the spiciest. She might just be picking the spiciest title. I don't know if she's actually, I don't know if she actually thinks I'm MAGA. She was kind of shit posting saying, she was kind of shit posting saying like, oh, I want to make it spicy. Local Warhammer nerd fights Destiny 1v1 over ice shootings. Not clickbait, exclamation point, question mark. True. Evan says, wait, Dalaban versus Grill Hottest on Minnesota shootouts. I mean, I would do that, but I think that would only appeal to the community. Connor multitasking. No, I do not have ADD. So I have like, I can only focus on a single task at once. And I'm actually horrible at multitasking. Focus Lady says the debate you did with the attorney was very good. Thank you, Focus Lady. I appreciate you. I'm actually happy that you're back, considering a lot of my liberal audience really, really, really did not like my arc. They didn't like my defending police brutality arc, but I have to earn my chud credit somewhere. I have to earn my conservatarian right-wing bootlicking, and I know libertarian and bootlicking is supposed to be antithetical, but I got to earn my right-wing chud credit somewhere. Grassroots 20 for 20. Thank you, King. General Grievous is the Ned Stark of Star Wars. I invite you to change my mind, but you can't. I can't. I would launch into a 20-minute rant about General Grievous. As a matter of fact, I'll try to do a 2-minute one. So, did you know that General Grievous is from Rwanda? So the Hutus and Tutsis, okay? For those of you who don't know, I think it was in the 90s, maybe the 80s. There was the Rwandan genocide, and I forget who started it, but the truth is both sides were pretty bad. So whoever started it, I guess the Tutsis. So the Tutsis, no, I think the Tutsis ended it. So the Hutus went into Tutsi territory and they massacred like a few 100,000 people. Okay. And that's not even the genocide. Like that's the beginning of the genocide. So the Hutus, so if somebody's a Hutu or Tutsi lore fan, let me know if I get the order inverse. But the truth is, no matter which side acts first, both of them are pretty fucking bad. So the Hutus massacre the shit out of the Tutsis. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and Google it so I'm not defaming a random African tribe on a different continent. Who massacred who first in the Rwandan genocide? The Rwandan genocide, also known as the genocide against the Tutsis. Yeah, so I think the Hutus attacked the Tutsis attacked the Hutus first, and they killed a few 100,000 people. And then what happened was the Hutus were like, fuck that, we're going to kill all you motherfuckers. And so they just got like a bunch of machetes and a bunch of AK-47s, and they started killing every man, woman, and child who was Tutsi. And so it resulted in like the near destruction of everyone. It was just like an absolutely horrific, brutal, genocidal conflict. And one of the questions that is often asked in American like military adventurism is, why did we intervene in Vietnam? Why did we intervene in Korea? Why did we intervene in even Somalia, Ethiopia, a whole bunch of other places that we've intervened, but we did not intervene in Rwanda. And in Rwanda, I mean, I don't even know how many people got smoked. I promise I'll get back to General Grievous in a second. But it looks like between 500,000 and 700,000 people were wiped out. So in 100 days, approximately 700,000 people were wiped out. So anyways, that's what happened to General Grievous. He was a Kyle from the planet of Kali, Khalil from Kali, and a insectoid race came in and started wiping out his people. So he's like, fuck that. I'm the best warrior that exists. I'm going to kill all these walking bugs. I'm going to kill all these sapient bugs. So he launched a counter campaign, like purged his planet of the sapient bugs. And then he went back to the planet that the bugs were from. And then he started wiping out those bugs. Well, what ended up happening was the Jedi and the Republic intervened on behalf of the bugs, so General Grievous couldn't Rwandan genocide the bugs, and General Grievous got real ass mad about that. I think his name was like Demon Al-Jalil or so. Oh, no, it was Quiman Al-Jalil. And so what ends up happening is the Sith see him and they're like, holy shit, this dude is vicious. This motherfucker can genocide with the best of them. We need him on our team. So Darth Tyrannus recruits General Grievous to the side of the Sith and the Separatist cause. And General Grievous is a fucking menace. And he starts replacing his body with cybernetics, but it's not fast enough. So who is it? Tyrannus, aka Dooku, sabotages Grievous's ship, and it mortally wounds General Grievous, Quiman Al-Shalil, and then Quiman Al-Shalil. He's like, okay, well, I'm going to die anyway, so I'm just going to become a cyborg. And so they actually take away everything that is not biologically necessary. He's effectively like a brain, a spine, a heart, And I don't know what else he has, but he actually only has like half a dozen vital organs. The rest of him is robot. And that was Darth Tyrannus's design. And so Darth Tyrannus then trains him in the art of lightsaber combat. And then General Grievous, not only does he become a insanely competent strategic and tactical force in the Clone Wars, but he also becomes a Jedi hunter. And he just massacres like dozens of Jedi, claims their lightsabers for himself. It's a sport for him. Hunting Jedi is a sport for him. And that is clearly communicated in the 2D animation by Genndy Tartakovsky. I'm excited to go look at the 3D Clone Wars animation because I want to see how he's portrayed there. I know I said I would take 2 minutes instead of 10 minutes. But in my defense, 5 minutes was spent on the Rwandan genocide and probably 3 to 5 minutes was spent on General Grievous. So I still think I did okay. Samson says, never Trump Republican is a good look right now. Well, considering, Eben says, fuck another meeting. Sorry, King. Conservatism says, imagine a timeline where the Secretary of Defense was feeling emo and the coordinated Naruto run at Area 51 succeeded. Correct. I need to read this again because this is exactly what it is. Conserve liberalism says, in one of the most astute observations made on the Counterpoints channel ever, imagine a timeline where the Secretary of Defense was quote unquote feeling emo and the coordinated Naruto run at Area 51 succeeded. That's exactly what happened in the Star Wars universe. What an insane narrative. Eben says, I love y'all. Defend Hutch, and I'll try to be back soon. All right. Love you, Eben. See you in a bit. Grassroots says, have you considered being less wrong? True. Cosro says, I love reading, so it's not an issue for me. Good. Anonymous Chatter says, oh no, the Paul brothers are feuding on Twitter over Puerto Ricans are Americans. Based. Sacred Snow says, Area 51 is basically uncharted space. Say that to the thousands of random citizens who nearly got shot for memeing the Naruto run too hard. Well, that's what should have happened. So Sacred Snow, you say that, and yet the Jedi, even in their extinction, should have posted hundreds or dozens of Jedi to Ilum, and when the First Order showed up, they should have massacred the First Order and then done a galactic call to say, hey, if we lose this, we're fucked. And then the remaining Jedi should have gone to Ilum. And if you wanted to make that a narrative, that would have been amazing. If you wanted to make it a narrative of like the Jedi do a last stand on Ilum in the First Order massacre the Jedi guards in order to take Ilum, that's a great story. That should be a part of the canon. That should 100% be a part of the canon. Sun Patriarch says, shake my hands, both sides bad. Connor over here. True. There are heroes on both sides. There's a hero on one side. I hate you. I hate you. You guys know that Count Dooku viewed himself as a hero, right? Count Dooku legitimately thought that what he was going to do was he was going to bring the corrupt Jedi and the corrupt Republic to its knees. He was going to kill Darth Sidious when it was opportune. He was going to take over as the primary wielder of the dark side of the Force. Then he was going to make a new Force-wielding order that actually like incorporated lessons from the Jedi and the Sith into a new doctrine. And then he was going to rule the galaxy as a benevolent dictator. That's what Darth Tyrannus unironically thought he was going to do. And honestly, it's not a bad plan. Anakin Skywalker just kind of fucked it up for him. Darth Panzer says, the worlds that support the Confederation of Independent Systems were just in their rebellion. It's just unfortunate that the Sith prompted them into giving them control of the military. You say that, and yet there was... Who are the dudes with googly eyes? There's like almost like a hammerhead blue race with googly eyes. There's the banking clan. There's the Trade Federation. There's the Geonosians. And then there's these guys. And these guys are running in the background. But if you look at what they were doing in the 2D animation, they were like kidnapping an entire indigenous species of like dog people and then turning them into like fucking monsters, right? They were turning them into like, they were turning them into ogrins. They were turning them into ogrin servitors. And I don't know how you feel about ogrin servitors. They're obviously wildly powerful, but it's kind of morally dubious. I'll put it that way. Beef Supreme says, I'm pretty sure America now sides with ICE and Trump after that horrible halftime show. Nice. Is today a fun content day or a brain aneurysm kind of day? Yes. I see Pisco and Hasan and Hutch in the title, so I'm learning BDSM. True. Anonymous chatter says, we're the favorite chat. Don't let the other chatters know dad has a favorite. True. My office bestie is out of office today. I'm sorry. Conserve says, Sam might just be fucking with you. Respect 07. Yeah. Giga Impact says, I can't imagine how tired Iranians are of waiting for strikes. If I'm not Iranian and already tired. Yeah, bro, don't waste time waiting for America to save the Iranian people. That is a fool's... to quote Malcolm Reynolds from Firefly, that's a long wait for a train don't come. Okay? So don't count the Iranian Revolution being reliant on American air power. That would be... it would be cool, but it would also be an incredibly risky operation. Grassroots for 20 says Daliban versus Grill Hottest in a trial of 7. We would win in a trial of 7. In a war, we would obviously lose. In a trial of 7, we would win. Pisco will never accuse you of being a Democrat again. Nice. Good. I have succeeded. Samson, thank you. That comment made me very happy. Politics JK says, hey, that art gave us the great Pretty Band of 2026. I know. I did my own Rwandan genocide. Sun Patriarch says, I'm down. I'm a real motherfucking knight of the realm. Been playing tons of KCDI. I'm ready. Excellent. I choose you for my trial of the 7. Giga Impact says it was like 800K with machetes in a few months. I know. The Houthis? No, the Hutus and the Tutsis. The Houthis on first? I don't know. The Hutus attacked the Tutsis. Oh, the Hutus. Attacked the Tutsis. Got it. I thought they were just recon planes, but I believe you. Okay. They have no oil, says Targan. Correct. Roaming says Bill Clinton didn't see any beneficial faction or that would be beholden to America. True. Focus Lady says, apparently the Rwandan genocide was due to the artificially imposed categorization of people into two groups to pit them against each other. Correct me if I'm wrong. No, you're right. They're like genetically identical people. However, that was like a self-created tribal distinction. Or was it a colonial distinction? I don't know. I don't know if that was a colonial remnant or if that was a self-imposed cultural thing. I don't remember. Short says, morning Cotter, I wonder what Admiral Gibbs thinks about Trump quadrupling Argentine beef imports. I'm excited for that. I'm personally pissed, but I'm sure he will make excuses for it. Why would you be pissed? If the beef prices are coming down due to international trade, what am I supposed to be mad about again? I'm mad about like the industrial, like the unethical industrial slaughter of animals in such a way that, like, this is the way that I want cows to be killed, okay? Whatever the maturity age is, let's say that sexual maturity is 3 years, okay? But like we harvest them, they're big enough at 6 months or a year, so we just kill them at 6 months or a year. I would want to get them to 3 years, so they have 3 years of being a cow, walking around, staring at the sky, eating grass, running around with their neighbors, having fun, doing whatever. And then if there was a way, I know that when you put drugs into an animal system, the drugs are still in the animal system. Therefore, like you probably couldn't drug the animal. But if there was a way to effectively, like, how do I say this? Like knock them out before you shoot them in the head. That way, like they basically just go to sleep and then they just don't wake up from going to sleep. That's how I would want to harvest beef. That's how I would want to harvest beef. Like if the animal literally does not suffer at all because they're unconscious at the time that they're killed, that would be fantastic. And that's how I would do it. And if I could figure out a technology to do that, and that's how we harvested animals until we had lab grown meat, that's what I would do. And then when lab grown meat was, coming out, I would unironically throw like billions of dollars of R&D behind our lab grown meat to, number one, make sure that it doesn't give you cancer, but number two, to also incentivize it to be better. So imagine you could have like a Wagyu, like you could have endless cuts of Wagyu steak that did not give you cancer. And you didn't have to kill anybody for it. I think that would be amazing. I will always be ass mad that Darth Tyrannus isn't just a raptor with a lightsaber. Darth Panzer says, don't forget Dooku lied to Grievous and told him the Jedi blew up his shuttles, which is the main reason he hates the Jedi. I think he hates the Jedi for interrupting his Rwandan genocide, but I'm okay with that being another motivation too. Fashion 40 says he's fucking brutal in the whole Clone Wars animated saga. Good. Crayon says, did you not watch the 3D Clone Wars at all? Nope. That came after my time. You guys understand I'm 5 to 10 years older than you. I know there are people who are in their late 30s and 40s in my chat, but I do think a lot of you are late 20s, early 30s. I'm 5 years ahead of you, which means that I actually missed out on a lot of like late thousands pop culture. Oh, Sacred Snow says, was late to work today because my kid puked on herself and we pulled into daycare. So I had to drive 1.5 hours home and back to work to drop the kid off with mom pulling into daycare. I'm sorry, King. And heard bleh from the back seat was like PTSD meme with the old fashioned music in the background as it zooms in on my dead eyes. Yep. I'm with you, King. I'm with you. My oldest is actually home today because of being sick. Hood Monkey says the real sin is the fact that the new Jedi games don't get a movie adaptations. It's literally the perfect story to get back into canon. Good. I have not played the Respawn games, but I have a massive amount of respect for Respawn. So Jedi Outcast, I'm actually really looking forward to playing it. I'm going to be doing breakdowns in chronological order of the TV series, but I also think that when I get to the Fall of the Empire, I'm going to start playing Jedi Outcast. That way I can do a breakdown of Jedi Outcast. Death Lily says, technically, it doesn't matter what the Jedi did. Space Jesus Anakin was going to bring balance to the Force. There was like 5 Sith compared to thousands of Jedi. You say that, and yet the dark side of the Force is venom, not fire. And so the less vessels that carry the dark side of the Force, the more powerful they are. That's the reason why the Sith can still like take on dozens of Jedi. The Techno Union. Thank you, Darth Panzer. I forgot it. Targan says Jedi can control people. Using them as line soldiers is an unimaginable misuse of strategic resources. Well, they weren't line soldiers. They were commanders. They were commanders and generals. Fashion 40 says, just saw the Verge article on Discord requiring the face scan and ID check next month. That's cool. The Techno Union. Thank you, Darth Panzer. I genuinely mean that with my whole heart. I forgot that it was the Techno Union, and it seems like I should remember the Techno Union. Linda Almighty, I'm for Palestinian human rights recognized and against Israel occupying and colonizing their bits of land, but I'm all for Iran's theocracy being toppled, freeing the people. Well, that's base centrism, Linda. Thank you, Linda. Banking clan, Pepe. I know. Feels a little anti-Semitic, but that's okay. Well, Keisha John says, I don't know, Connor. In a war of 50 coggers in all of DGG, I still put my money on us. I think we would reap a terrible toll. In physical battle, we might actually still win. So, Short says, wow, Connor really doesn't know much about cattle. Lol, usually 2 to 3 years is about when they are slaughtered. Yeah, but what's physical maturity? Right? Because physical maturity could still be like 5 years. You know what I'm saying? Horse God says industry needs to be more like the Braham stores in Texas, Oklahoma. Essentially, all the milk cows for their ice cream dairy requirements are later used for beef as they age out. Maybe. Harstar says, as a vegetarian, I cannot wait to be able to eat meat again. Yeah, I know. Lab-grown beef is going to be fucking fire. Yep. Harstar says, lab grow that shit. I'll take a little bit of cancer. Me too. Let's harvest sandworms. Then you are only killing one living thing. True. True. Crayon says, I missed out on all the Star Wars besides the animated show and Lego game. True. Dooku is gangster as fuck. Best duelist in this or any other Cosmos, real or imagined. He was an excellent duelist. Excellent duelist. Clanka, hail Dooku. Oh my God. If I could do, I don't think I can make it rhyme, but if I could do all my Clanka's seps, hail Dooku. If I could take the Hail Hitler Kanye song, but then rewrite it as Hail Dooku and use the word Clanka and use the word sep, or what did they, there was another thing for separatists. There was another slang word for separatists. Let me take a look at it. I know there's slang for separatists. What is the slang word for separatists in Star Wars? Seps. Okay, so seps, clankers, feds. All my ninjas seps. Wait. All my clankas seps, clanka, hail Dooku. That would be hilarious. Vazraka gifted. Thank you for being my favorite lurker. Tezzy, you're my second favorite lurker. Brooklyn, you're my third favorite lurker. So, all right, cool. Graders. Nice. Somebody already did it. Awesome. Awesome. All right, cool. I caught up with chat. We're an hour in. I already have half a dozen donations. Thank you, Grassroots Hegemon, for oiling. 20 gifted from Grassroots, $5 from Fell, 20 from Grassroots, 20 from Grassroots, 5 from Grassroots, 1 from Vazraka. Thank you for already oiling. I appreciate it. Let's go ahead and get the content started, though. You guys made the mistake of allowing me to catch you. So let's pull up Mr. Hutchinson. And what's going on is I'm going to show you the intro for Hutch. And Hutch streamer, I should probably type in. But the intro is so funny, but I don't want to react to a react. So I'm going to watch the intro of the Breadtube video on Hutch's channel. Then we're going to actually just watch the original. Because the original is, I'm going to be able to sweep. I'm going to be able to sweep so hard for Hutchinson. It's going to be great. Oh, no, I didn't want to click. I wanted to. I love Hutch screaming. I love Hutch screaming and freaking out on leftists. Oh, I love it. Oh, this is going to be so great. It's going to be so good. Okay. Present. Share screen. All right, remove. Okay. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican. And I actually have something beautiful for you. Beautiful. Let me take two. Take two. Let's try that again. Hi, guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican. And I have something fantastic for you today. I got Mr. Hutchinson. Okay. So the lore, which I barely know, but let's go ahead and get into it, is Hutch used to be a Call of Duty player. Then he allowed himself to take an algorithmic hit in order to become a Twitch and YouTube political commentator from a liberal but mildly progressive lens. Well, what's actually funny about Hutch and my relationship is we've debated guns in the past. He was way too pro-gun control for me. We talked about racism, immigration. We talked about tax policy. We talked about all that kind of stuff. And then he accused me of being a progressive. Well, what ended up happening since that time is Hutch has gone to war with the progressives. And what I mean by that is that there is, if you look at the left wing, there are liberals, there are progressives, and then there are leftists. And leftists, I would define as socialists and communists. Well, what ended up happening was the progressives are playing footsie with the leftists, who are revolutionary socialists and communists who despise the Democratic Party. And Hutch is over here, I would argue, in the center left, arguing with the progressives and leftists saying, hey, you're going too far and it's costing us elections and it's a pain in the ass. And until you stop being stupid and cringe, I'm going to spend a healthy chunk of my time online fighting you in order to try to force you back into a sane position. That way we can win elections. Now, it's a fool's errand, but I do love him for doing it. And so while we don't agree on everything, while he does do, I don't know, weird, random, progressive shit that bugs me sometimes, I still think he's a good egg. And I think he's fighting the good fight. I think that Destiny and Pisco are better debaters. I think Pondering Politics and a few other creators are better at summarizing events. But as far as like a center-left guy who seems earnest in his political analysis, I actually trust Hutch to do good analysis. So a leftist who is a Hasan simp did a takedown piece on Hutch. We are going to be defending Hutch's honor. We're going to watch the intro real quick, where I think there's a few clips of Hutch freaking out. Then I'm going to go to the original video essay. That way we're not reacting to a react. So let's take a look at the intro. That way we can at least have some funny memes. 1 second.
This is, again, kind of an example of Hutch being so alienated by Hasan and not really having legitimate knowledge of what he's talking about, where he's just so blindingly angry in ways that, to somebody like me who is queer and has read a lot of queer theory, I know Hasan knows what he's fucking talking about.
You're not...
Hutch is my spirit animal in that regard. Like him taking so much psychic damage that he has to scream is like, he's just like me, for real. He's just like me. Oh God, I think he screams one more time. Okay, so I need to watch that.
saying anything. Like, rather than engage in anything I said, you literally did the meme where you're like, just read theory. Really? Why don't you just Google search like what blue states have passed into law?
On the most basic level, yes, things would be better under Kamala, but
what? What? All right, the name of this video.
Okay. I feel like I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but I'm going to tell you why I think that was so funny, to the point that I wanted to react to this as a segment. Okay. So this guy's not on my team. Okay. Matter of fact, we're going to be watching this content with the expectation that this guy's not on my team. Now, maybe you're a center left guy. Maybe you're a progressive gal. Maybe you're a progressive or center left non-binary person. I don't know. 60 to 70% of my chat is liberal. So they identify as more center left than they identify as center right. So maybe you think that this guy is on your team. But I'm going to tell you that I have this drawing that I'll pull up definitely during this segment, where if you look at the horseshoe theory, there's this belief that the far left and far right actually share more in common than they do with the center left and center right. And that's because they both make apologia for authoritarian regimes. They both believe that if they had unchecked power, they would be able to usher in a utopia. They might differ on what kind of utopic vision of the world that they want to usher in, but they both believe that with concentrated power, they would be able to make a better world. So the center left and the center right, arguably, if you're looking at like an authoritarian libertarian scale or an authoritarian liberal scale, arguably the center left and the center right, they might share more in principle, especially when it comes to like the nature of government. And so what's funny about this guy's not on my team. I don't claim him. I rebuke him. I disavow him. If we were standing in front of the creator of the universe and God was like, hey, is this your homie? Is this your home dog? I'd be like, nah, send that guy into the pit of hell. Fuck that motherfucker, right? And it's not because I think he's evil. It's not because like I think that like gay leftists are irredeemable people. It's just that leftists and I are not the same thing. If you think the decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production is like the moral priority of our current state of existence, and you don't want to usher that in through a robot slave race, then I think you're a fucking idiot. Okay, I'll just be real. I think socialists, unless they're trying to colonize Mars to mine the asteroid belt so we can make a slave race of Boston Dynamics robots who replace human labor, I think me creating a slave race of robots is more likely than them achieving socialism with the current material conditions. And then if you're a communist who want to live in a moneyless, stateless, classless society, I just don't think you know what a human being is or what human nature is. So anyways, you're not on my team, and I don't like you, and you can eat a bowl of wieners. Although, you know, I'm not trying to be homophobic about it, but you know, some leftists might prefer that. So without further ado, without further yapping, without further shit talking, let's take this guy's video essay from the top.
hello, it's me, John Politics, here to talk about politics in the politics zone. Normally, I don't talk about politics on the main channel, but you know what? We're spiced it up today. Every now and then I get asked to like debate on something, And I literally never say yes because it is entirely pointless. Whether it be the absolutely awful Jubilee videos or more personal one-on-one debates from political streamers who definitely aren't just trying to inflate their egos, debate and discussion on the internet has felt increasingly more pointless over time. However, I think a lot of the real problem for this is that many people who kind of grow up and evolve on the internet kind of come to see as this sort of rabid, warlike engagement as a means of engaging with politics in a legitimate way. I'm talking about this now because a little while ago, I discovered that the game YouTuber Hutch, as in like the guy who did prop hunt videos with sea nanners and folk like a decade ago, real blast from the past, has now kind of shifted almost entirely to being a political content streamer. Credit where credit is due. Like, I want to give him props for willing to make such a dramatic change to the kind of content that he makes, particularly if he doesn't enjoy doing games anymore. That legitimately takes balls to do in the absolute hellscape that is content creation, and particularly with a noble goal of wanting to educate people and make a better world for the people who inhabit it. Like, genuinely, that is a noble goal.
Okay. So this might actually help with flow. I was working on a mathematical spreadsheet on pen and pad, which feels ancient now, but I actually wrote down several points from this guy being an a-hole. I'll still be engaging with chat. I'll still be reading super chats. But when I hear a Soviet anthem in the beginning of your video, I assume you're a Marxist-Leninist. I know that there's plenty of people who do it as like a LARP where they're like, no, it's just a joke. I actually have a lot of criticisms for the Soviet Union, but I just assume you're a Marxist-Leninist hiding your power level. For those of you who don't know, I'll try to be brief about it. Socialism, once again, is a decommodification of basic human need. That means that food, water, and shelter is free, and it's workers owning the means of production, which means that every single worker, there's a variety of ways to do it. But let's just say the more liberal market-based way is that the state would enforce ownership, stock ownership of any company you worked for. You go work for Viacom, you get 1% of stock. You go to Publix, you get 1% of stock. You go wherever. And so as a result, you can vote on, since you're a stockholder, since you're a shareholder of the company, and the workers are the stockholders of the company, then you could have a process through which you vote on the processes of the company so you can make it more equitable and just over time, blah, 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 blah. That's the market solution. The non-market solution, because even Marxist Leninist socialists, even they recognize that they would need a really powerful state to enforce even the market mechanism. What they do is they do apologia for a centralized authoritarian government that is itself the vehicle of the people. The people own the market through the state, and the state is what dictates what happens in the market in order to create a more just, equitable world. Now, what's happened in the history of the 20th century, don't know if a lot of you guys in chat are history buffs, but the Soviet Union was a fucking nightmare, okay? Soviet Union was a nightmare. Maoist China was a nightmare. Modern China, which is state capitalist, is arguably a nightmare. North Korea is a nightmare. Cambodia was a nightmare. They were just like massacres and famines and mismanagement from the central government and police states and political espionage and murder and all that kind of crap. And mixed economy and capitalism and liberal democracy and republicanism obviously has its fair share of these things. But if you put them on a statistical basis, they are outcompeting us in the corruption, political assassination, police state, Orwellian nightmare that is the socialist regimes of the 20th century. Now, saying you don't debate, saying that you're not a fan of debate perversion, that young people love political tribalism, and that Hutch is an enabler of this dynamic, and that he's a liberal fighting leftist. What I heard is that you're pusillanimous. So for what you guys might not know, but there is a term that is used to refer to women's genitalia. Okay. I'm sure that you can pusillanimous, and then the word that I'm using, I'm sure that you can tie the two together. Pusillanimous itself is not a reference to genitalia, though. It's just a statement saying that you're cowardly. That's what I heard. I heard that you're a coward. I heard that your ideas do not survive scrutiny. I heard that you have anxiety disorders that prevent you from fighting people online about why you're correct about things. And so I'm going to charge this man, and I'm going to charge Hasan Piker, his hero. I'm going to charge them as being pusillanimous internet people who are incapable of defending their ideas in a live environment. And when they do so in a live environment, they oftentimes get stomped. So let me react to the super chat real quick. Let me resume the video. Anonymous chatter for 20 bucks. Thank you, King. If these lazy ass tech bro billionaires ever get off their ass and make a good VR platform, we could start the simulated war series between communities. Valor reacts, breakdowns afterwards, infinite content possibilities. That is brilliant. I would love to do like a 30 on 30 Coliseum battle between COG and DGG. That would be phenomenal. Excellent idea, Anonymous chatter. Anyways, moving on the content, going to start reacting to chat as well.
However, as somebody who kind of also grew up on the internet, it's very obvious that I can see that Hutch is a product of this environment, and how he engages in making political content is extremely evident of the fact that his brain has been entirely rotted by this false version of political engagement. If you take a look at his channel, I think you can very much see the kind of content that he is making. This isn't like serious political analysis stuff. This is political content in the most intense word of content. He is engaging with things like making fun of Hasan, including pushing the insane shock collar conspiracy theory. Like, that's kind of my litmus test for if somebody actually has legitimate criticisms of Hasan, is if they believe in the just absolute batshit shock collar gate thing that happened. Hasan. There's so much anti-Hasan stuff in here. Now, I get it. Everybody has to play the thumbnail game on YouTube. Everybody has to do the clickbait thing. But I think once you actually look into a bit more of his content, which I've tried to give a fair shake, you can kind of see that he has become the epitome of this rigid internet mind whose views are not really based on an evolving political scope, but a line that has to be drawn because everybody else that you don't like is seen as hard opposition. Don't get me wrong here. It is entirely reasonable to see things as hard opposition, but it isn't just about seeing people as hard opposition. It's about Hutch fundamentally not having the contextual understanding of the things that he's talking about to be able to give legitimate critique. It doesn't really take long to notice that a lot of the content that he makes for people who are unfortunately online and recognize a lot of the people in these thumbnails is almost entirely targeted at this idea of the far left.
They just need their villain. Like, they need to be the heroes of the story, the downtrodden, the cheated. It plays into this kind of other narrative of, like, you know, the noble kind of victim. The noble kind of like victimhood of the online left. It's like a big part of the cultural and political identity that they have.
Almost every single time that Hutch comes across something that Hasan says, which is unfortunately frequently, he very rarely gives legitimate deep critique and usually ends up just kind of yelling.
The Democratic Party has this
I can't wait.
profound skill in snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Ah!
What is this take? What is this take? What is this take?
And to be clear, like, I don't have extremely strong opinions on Hasan one way or another. He said some dumb shit, but I will say, to echo the sentiment that FD Signifier said recently on one of his live stream videos,
y'all never gonna get me to dislike Hasan based off content, because I've engaged with Hasan on real shit on numerous occasions, and he puts his money where his mouth is. He comes through in a way that I don't expect, and I know a lot of white creators, and I love a lot of them. I will call Hasan first.
content-wise, whatever.
All right, let's pause a little bit. So the accusation is that Hutch is guilty of political brain rot. What I would do is I would just ask what this guy's favorite political creators are. And if it's not like President Sunday doing theory streams, then I think this guy is full of shit. And I think almost every major popular political creator in the space is guilty of engaging in brain rot. You know why? Because brain rot sells. Because I could just open up this stream and I could start regurgitating the Greater Courses series that I took in college, and I could probably take Ivy League 12 hours of audiobook, and I could summarize it for you within like an hour or two of the combined history of like Greco-Roman history, the combined history of the Byzantine Empire, the history of West Africa pre-colonization and post-colonization. I could describe to you like some of the more interesting aspects of like medieval Europe and the development of like disease profiles in Europe pre-colonization, the colonization of North America. Like we could do all that crap. And I could walk you through an entire chronology of 3,000 years. I would have 50 viewers. And I would love every single one of my 50 viewers. But if I talk shit about Hasan Piker's sex life, Destiny's sex life, this content creator no longer likes this content creator, the rooting it in the mundane brain rot bullshit of the Twitch and YouTube political space, you automatically double or triple your viewership. As Eleanor Roosevelt says, great minds talk about ideas, average minds talk about events, and small minds talk about people. Well, on the Counterpoints channel, I like to think that we take huge ideas that are kind of important, and then we jam them into the drama of personality to make it attractive to the average person. Now, it's not serious politics. Eat a dick. Once again, tell me your list of serious political commentators. Shot collar conspiracy theories. Eat a dick again, because once again, it's not that the shot collar thing is serious. I don't care. I've told you guys before. I don't like shot collars, but the shot collar itself, as far as like training a dog with like a minimal electric shock, is not my problem. My problem is going for 2 months, donating a bunch of cash to rescue organizations. That way, nobody gives you shit when you buy a $10,000 bread dog. And by the way, I do appreciate him. He didn't really have to donate all that money to rescue organizations. So I actually do applaud Hasan for that, despite me actually hating his guts. But then spending $10,000 on a bread dog and then using it as a prop instead of a living, breathing animal, right? Because what he did is he used the shot collar in order to keep Kaya in place for like an 8-hour stream. And it's like dogs love to sleep, but they don't love to sleep in the exact same space for 8 hours. That's fucking crazy. Let her be a dog. And then what's happened since he stopped shocking her in order to force her to be in place? She's wandering the house now. Or he just keeps her in the kennel during stream. I have no idea where she is. I hope she's not in the kennel. But anyways, it just kind of indicates that Hasan does have some like weird sociopathic bullshit where he's not viewing Kaya as a animal with emotions and a brain. He's viewing Kaya as a stream prop, an aesthetic, like an aesthetic flourish similar to a t-shirt, you know? So fuck him for that. Leftists are hard opposition. Well, I'm going to submit this argument to you, okay? I'll pull up the drawing real quick, but leftists are my hard opposition. We do not align, okay? So unless leftists want to help me use the mixed economy capitalist machinery of, America in order to colonize Mars so we can start harvesting the asteroid belt, so we can start getting enough like raw materials in order to build a slave race of robots that then allow us to eliminate the need for human labor, that's when I'll be a socialist. When we eliminate the need for human labor through technology, that's when I'll be a socialist, and not a day before. So you are my hard opposition, because I don't think that day is coming anytime soon. Not having hard critiques of leftists, okay, fair enough. There are plenty of stupid people. There are plenty of stupid liberals. I don't watch a lot of Hutch content, but there's a lot of people who, like, even though they've participated in Twitch and YouTube politics for a really long time, they actually don't have a strong command of socialist history, socialism as a concept, or communism as a concept, or even the history of the 20th century. So I actually think that's an okay criticism. the noble victim mentality of the online left. That's just true. So I don't know what his rebuttal to the critique is, because when you look at the Marxist dialectic of the oppressed proletarian masses needing to, rise up against their bourgeois oppressors and then abolish the class system so every human is equal, that has been shifted to social dynamics where white supremacy is viewed as like the bourgeois upper class, and anti-racist progressive narratives, like they make it virtuous to be a person of color or a disabled person or somebody from the third world, or the what do they call it, like the global south, who's being oppressed by the imperial core. So once again, I don't think this rebuttal is particularly good. Then saying I'm not a fan of Hasan while glazing his talking points, all you're telling me is that you don't like Hasan's optics. You're not telling me that you don't like his politics. You're just saying that, like, yeah, sometimes he says cringe shit that's counterproductive to the political objectives that I have. But realistically, I still agree with his perspectives, which still makes me an antagonist to your mission. Also, Hasan is real, according to FD Signifier. Hasan Piker is a real ninja because he will actually financially support the what do I say? Like the progressive causes through charitable organizations and protests and this, that, the other. Okay, good for you. We're still not on the same team. So that actually doesn't really address whether or not centrist liberals are on the same team as leftists. Now, I do want to show you this real quick because this is actually the basis of the COG. I probably haven't shown you guys this picture in quite a while. So I would say that social democrats are a lot further left than me economically, but realistically, I like what did they call? They called these people who ignore race issues and cultural issues for economic ones. I forget what they call those guys, but there's some like slur that leftists use against people who only care about material conditions and don't care about race. And I actually like those guys better. I actually like those guys more than progressives. So the Soc Dems might feel a little bit alienated by me throwing them up here, but it is what it is, okay? If you're a Soc Dem who cares about culture war issues enough not to be a total douchebag, but you don't let it be like a core component of your personality, then we can be friends. Whereas if you let like social justice warrior issues be your personality, then fuck you, you're not part of my coalition. And then down here, effectively what I'm saying is I would like to take the same progressives, I would like to take the sane liberals. I would like to take the sane never Trump Republicans and neoconservatives, the sane elements of the contrarian right, because there are definitely schizophrenics that we've seen. Candace Owens, Tim Pool being the schizophrenics that I'm thinking of. And then I would like to take the remnants of MAGA once Trump is destroyed. And I would like to build a coalition that actually gives a fuck about building like a real republic that actually serves the people's needs. Now, that's a highfalutin goal. Are we going to be able to achieve that? No. But is this the political direction in which I want to push? Absolutely. So once again, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I'm going to keep reacting to the video and taking cliff notes where I'm reacting to it. I hope this is making better react material by me writing down notes of exactly what the guy said that I want to respond to instead of just reading chat. That way it's not as ADD and haphazard. I know that means that I'm ignoring chat a little bit more, but I'm going to keep scrolling through chat. And actually, I'm going to pull up live chat momentarily. That way I can still see live chat. And then I hope that the quality of the content actually goes up through me doing this. So let's keep going.
Hasan shows the fuck up, and that is what matters. I've been reading a really good book called Don't Talk About Politics, which talks about stuff like this in particular, about how a lot of social media, as well as the broader political sphere, has kind of become this big warlike zone in which people do not view people as people. They view them as opposition. To quote the book, the emphasis is not on convincing others, but on beating them by proving the other side wrong definitively, vanquishing them with a counter-argument showing with great force it's not just your views are better, but why theirs are also wrong. I think the popularity of debate that we've seen grow and grow in online culture, from, people like Destiny to various political panels online to the late not so great Charlie Kirk, I think the illusion of the marketplace of ideas and the popularity of debate kind of turning political discussion or discussion in general into almost a kind of warlike action is very evident in how Hutch speaks and engages with content. He doesn't see Hasan as simply another point of view. He sees Hasan as a literal enemy.
I'm so fucking pissed right now. Fuck this guy, bro. This guy is political opposition. Never in a million years should we ever associate with him, his ilk, his supporters.
To Hutch, he's not engaging with Hasan or the online left. He's engaging with this sort of boogeyman, this construct that he has made, to which he just finds the most ridiculous things to blame on them without fully being able to realize the flaws of the side that he's on, which is the center and the Democrats who have done nothing but fuck us in the ass for God knows how many years. I found this pretty insane clip where he blames people like Hasan and the far left for the reason why the Supreme Court supermajority happened.
He tried to do sweeping student loan debt. And do you know who rejected him? The Supreme Court. Do you know how they were able to reject him? Because there's a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court. Do you know how they got to a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court? Because I'm losing my temper. People like Hasan, in part because people like Hasan use the massive platform that they have to tell their audience that there's really no difference between Democrats and Republicans. It doesn't matter if a Democrat or Republican wins in 2016, even though Ruth Bader Ginsburg was like 152 years old. And we all knew there was a serious risk that she wouldn't make it to 2020. And that wasn't enough. So maybe if you guys would have taken the Supreme Court more seriously in 2016, you would have been able to forgive more student loan debt, but you didn't. So this is the position that we're in.
Hutch is completely stuck because of this warlike mentality he has adopted in believing that for some reason, focusing on the left is the broad ultimate solution, and not that the Democrats have had complete autonomy this entire time and have just completely misread what the American people actually want and thrown everything into the gutter, is just not something that seems to ever cross his mind.
Oh my God. Okay, this is great. I'm actually so excited for this. So this guy asserts political tribalism leads to dehumanization, that vanquishing the opposition through proving that the other side is wrong in the illusion of the marketplace of ideas is how Twitch and YouTube politics, how Destiny and a whole bunch of other creators conduct ourselves. But he hasn't actually proven why we're wrong. Okay. And I think this is actually emblematic in the very next piece of content that he does. So let's say that leftists weren't insane in trying to yank the Overton window left no matter what, in reference to trans issues, in reference to immigration, in reference to socialism or communism. And so as a result, they are, more sane and viewed as more incremental and therefore viewed as less of a threat, but then they actually achieve legislative wins. And they also say, at the end of the day, a Democrat is better than, especially a MAGA Republican, and therefore we're going to vote blue no matter who as a fallback position, but we're still going to try to chip away at the Overton window in an incremental way in order to achieve our goals. Well, then probably what would happen is that there would be less people who are able to take insane leftist progressive ideas, clip them into propaganda for the right, and then use leftists as a boogeyman to scare the right into jumping further and further and further right. Okay? Because I would actually say that the online media landscape and the anti-social justice warrior movement and Gamergate and the general hatred for, insane lefty progressive policies actually did contribute to the right-wing backlash that's occurred over the past decade. Then, in reference to, you're not proving Hutch wrong, okay? Leftists did overtly criticize Hillary Clinton as this like centrist, neocon, neoliberal shill and a piece of shit. Well, if you had plugged your nose or, held up your nose and then voted for her, and she had actually won against Donald Trump, then what would have happened is you wouldn't have gotten a 6-3 conservative SCOTUS that overturned Roe versus Wade. Probably the biggest political overturn in the past like 50 years is the repeal of Roe versus Wade at the Supreme Court level. So yeah, one of the biggest things in the past 50 years of an American politics would have happened and been a shift to the right. Now, the accusation, and I can't wait for this guy to get into this more because I'm going to talk about it more, is that functionally, I hear plenty of leftists say that there is no difference between Republicans and Democrats. And yet, we also have things like PEPFAR and USAID, where in the second Trump term, Donald Trump cut the federal budget by 0.16% of the budget, and yet he's arguably going to kill between 3 million and 14 million people over the next 5 years. There are people who are being infected with HIV and AIDS in Africa right now who would not have been infected with HIV or AIDS if Kamala was in the office. Now, the thing about it is, here's where the leftists definitely lose me. A lot of them, and I'm thinking of the vanguard when I say this, they pick one or two moral pet issues that they cannot budge on. And those two issues, in my opinion, are socialism, decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, and Palestine. So if you don't dog whistle about how you're actually like a socialist, but you'll implement social democratic policies now as a stopgap against the brutality of capitalism, then they don't like you. If you're a mixed economy capitalist, then leftists fucking hate your guts because you are somebody who perpetuates the mixed economy capitalist system. Okay. And then Palestine is another one, because within the noble victim narrative, Palestinians, there could be no more noble a victim than a Palestinian child. Okay. They're a largely stateless people. They're a largely politically disenfranchised people. They're being brutalized by a military power supported by Western imperialism. They have very few allies, and the few allies they do have are vilified as terrorists and rebels and all that kind of stuff. And so as a result, those are the two things that they're going to die on the hill on, right? So, but that leads to worse electoral outcomes, right? Now, here's another point, and weirdly enough, Euthanera says, you can't censor all of us. We've seen your videos defending authoritarianism. I'm about to do so now. You think I care that you watch my videos? Watch more of my videos, you dumbass. Sean Kaplan for 5 says, Note system is shit. Note system is the shit. Keep it up. I'm here for your insight, not the one guide segments, lol. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. I'll keep going with it. Real serious for the 100 Argentinian pesos says, even with food poisoning and fever, I could out-reason this fellow. These people are worse than the Groypers and how they want to do entryism with the Dems. Also, Fit is hella stupid. I actually like the Fit. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to defend him real quick. I don't like his turtleneck because it looks like too soft. He needs a black one that like goes up to his throat. You know what I'm saying? He needs like the classic like 1990s douchebag art villain thing. Okay. Anyways, but what Americans want. Let's address this real quick. I don't give a fuck what Americans want. I'll just be real. So I'll tell you what I want. When I wake up, I want to eat a McDonald's breakfast, and I want to sleep it until 11 a.m. And I want to half-ass stream throughout the day, and I want to put up one YouTube video a year and get paid $100,000 a year in order to put up one YouTube video a year, right? Not really. I would probably actually want to do monthly videos, but you know what I'm saying? Like, if I could be lazy as fuck, I'd be lazy as fuck. For lunch, I want a sandwich from a fast food joint that costs like $15. And for dinner, I want pizza every single day. And then I want to wake up at 11 a.m. I don't want to go to bed until 2 or 3. Okay? That's what I want. I think that's what most people want. I think most people want to be lazy cavemen who get a shitload of resources for a minimal amount of work. I think that's most people's like instinctive desire. But you know what I do instead? I wake up at 8 a.m. So I wake up at 3 hours earlier. I walk my child, who is expensive and demanding, to school. I eat a breakfast of mostly caffeine. I've been doing a lot of Diet Coke recently, but I also do black tea because it has antioxidants, so I don't get cancer, so I live for longer. I wait to eat food until after lunch. And then normally it's chicken and rice, which is way healthier than McDonald's and way healthier than a $15 sandwich covered in fast food toppings and butter and oil and honey mustard and all that crap. Then I work, 5 to 6 hours afterwards where I'm editing videos and talking to people that I need in order to work my job, et cetera, et cetera. And then I help put the kids to bed after bathing them. And then I don't eat pizza every single day because I love the way that pizza tastes, but it constipates me. So realistically, if I eat pizza every single day, I would have horrible intestinal issues. So I don't want any of that. So I don't give a fuck what the average person wants. I'll try to put a nice little bow on this. The Republican Party is R-slurred and very shitty. Definitely says, why are we talking about food? I think I'm subconsciously hungry. But let me try to put a bow on it. Let me try to drag it back. If I did what I did, I would die. I would die very quickly. I would have a heart attack. I would be 400 pounds. I would be a piece of shit. I would not be productive. The reason why I don't do that shit is because I know that I need to be productive in order for society to work. Okay. And so the Republican Party, as shitty as they are, what they say is that the average person is an impulsive, stupid, shitty, lazy douchebag. And I, as an average person, I'm an above average person, but that's okay. I am an impulsive, lazy, R-slurred, shitty douchebag. And so if that's true, we need to elect the most virtuous among us, the wealthiest, the strongest, the smartest, the most technocratically capable people to be our representatives so they can craft policy, not for what people want, because oftentimes what people want is incredibly destructive, but what's good for people. And what's good is oftentimes having a strong family, having a strong community, having a religious community, even if you don't believe in religion, working hard, being an entrepreneur, creating an economic system that is productive, that actually does make enough money and make enough products in order to make the world a better place. That makes the world a better place. And so the Republican Party, if it existed as its ideal and its propaganda, would be amazing. It would be the perfect vehicle for the way that I feel about the world. And yet they are corrupt, kleptocratic, shitty douchebags who are just interested in power and push-ups. Bud 123. I see your push-ups comment. They're interested in power and they're interested in accumulating power and wealth for the elite and themselves. So that's pretty much it. Transal Saga says Connor is two-faced and hypocritical. I don't think you could articulate a single fucking thing that I'm two-faced and hypocritical about, you fucking pussy. So go ahead and try, Transal Saga. Numenax for 5 says far left serves far right and vice versa. Both need to see the other to divide what remains in the center so as to conquer them unsustainable. True. And thank you for the 5. I think there's another super chat in here, but it could just be real serious. No, I already responded to real serious. Okay. I'm going to keep going with the note system. I think that some people who appreciate a coherent argument are enjoying the note system. I'll still be looking at live chat and scrolling through historical chat. I parasocially love you. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I'm going to set a goal. We already beat our first goal of the day. We already hit 10 super chats. We got 2 hours to hit another 10 super chats. Thank you for being here. And Grassroots, thank you for the oil. And thank you to everybody else who's donated. Let's go.
Fact that we fucking lost in 2024 and that Biden did very little over his entire term. Any of the gains that he did make were either temporary or lapsed. And the fact that Trump has been able to do what? Half of Project 2025 over the course of a year.
Via executive order, you are slur. Sorry, I paused. I paused, Andy. My bad.
Of him being in office with less of a majority than Biden has during his term, just for some reason doesn't ever cross his mind. But I digress. I think that debate culture has almost kind of evolved into this form of content where Hutch, even though he's not directly debating people like Hasan or Emma Vigeland that he also doesn't like, when he makes content, when he talks to his viewers in streams, he tries to almost debate them in the videos and then break down their claims by kind of collapsing all nuance as possible, even if he is entirely unequipped to handle the discussion at hand. Like, there's a really interesting clip that I watched of his video where he thinks that Emma Vingland got dunked on by MSNBC on this panel where she talks about how the Democrats need to do something else instead of being a bunch of flip-floppy, limp-dicked assholes who don't really do anything besides kowtow to the big tech oligarchy donor foundation that they've built for themselves over the past 10 years or so. And Hutch can only interpret this as her wanting them to be more on the left.
He's got 48% strong disapproval. How come the Democratic Party's approval rating is lower as a brand
because
than
of the muddled message that I was just trying to elucidate?
So you believe it's because they're not far left enough?
No, I believe that there needs to be a different approach to politics here, not building.
To be fair, I mean, like, she kind of dodged that, but no, that is what she's saying. She's saying that the Democratic Party is not left enough, and that's why they've lost popularity. And I think she's probably obfuscating a little bit here and avoiding that conclusion.
Obviously, people like me.
Hold on. I really, really, really would have liked to have heard Emma Vigland's position. Maybe I'm pause Andying right now, but let me go ahead and pause Andy, okay? So, why was, Hutch, according to this guy, is ignoring the fact that, okay, Officer Nasty said she said no. Yeah, but I'm going to argue about that in a second. God damn it, Officer Nasty. Fucking one guy. You're one guying me when I'm trying to make VOD content, you son of a bitch. So anyways, Hutch, according to this guy, is ignoring the fact that Donald Trump has been able to institute half of Project 2025 in less than a year. You know why, you fucking dumbass? Because he did it via executive order. He did it via authoritarian executive order that is constantly getting challenged by the courts. And there's plenty of things that Donald Trump has done that's been overturned by the courts, or checked by the courts, or checked by the 8th Amendment, or checked by the 4th Amendment, or checked by the 1st Amendment, or the 2nd. Okay, there's been plenty of things that have actually been checked by our constitutional republic, but this douchebag doesn't understand how anything works. So he thinks that just putting in a bunch of authoritarian executive orders is how you do business. But the truth is that anything that, as we learned with DACA, anything that can be done by executive order can be reversed by executive order. So if Project 2025 is not codified by the legislature, then what's going to happen is that the next president, presuming that it's a Democrat, hopefully it's a Democrat in order to blunt the operations of MAGA. Once again, if the Republican Party lived up to its ideals, then I would hardcore be a fucking Republican, but the Republican Party is filled with cultists and pieces of shit right now. A Democratic president could reverse all of this via executive order. So him pretending, oh, you could have just done whatever you wanted to do via executive order. This guy's an asshole, okay? He doesn't understand the current system. He doesn't understand the balance of power. He doesn't understand the republic. He doesn't understand the 3 branches of government. He doesn't understand the executive, the judicial, or the legislative. Wait, executive, president, judicial, judgment, Supreme Court, and the judges in the court system. Legislative. Yes, I was correct. So he doesn't understand any of this kind of stuff. So this guy's a fucking idiot. Now, Officer Nasty says, oh, yeah, Emma Vigland denies that she's further left. Ha, 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 ha. Aren't you so wrong? Because, this guy said that she wants to go further left, and yet Emma Vigland says that she doesn't. Why do you call out my chat when your rant had literally nothing to do with me? What the fuck? I'm about to answer that, okay? Because Emma Vigland, I've seen enough of Emma Vigland in order to know that she's an economic populist who very much cares about Palestine, okay? Very much cares about Palestine. Okay? So saying, oh, no, I don't want to go further left is bullshit. She's an economic populist. She wants social democratic policy. She supports Mamdani. Okay? She supports the AOC and the Justice Dems. She supports more of the progressives. Right? Just bad faith for no fucking reason. I'm just repeating what the literal video said, but straw man me. Okay, I just did. But I didn't straw man you. I'm explaining I'm explaining. I don't know a fucking thing about Emma Vigeland. Well, I know more than you, Officer Nasty. So sit back and listen to the explanation. Okay, bud? Okay. So the explanation is that Emma Vigeland is saying, no, I don't want to go further left. I just want the United States to force Israel to come to the table. Guess what? That's a further left position. Yeah, you did. You literally made me a nerd voice, literally straw man. Well, stop being such a fucking nerd, Officer Nasty. Have you ever thought about that? Anyways, the point is Emma Vigeland absolutely wants to shift the Democratic Party left. Okay. I could go into specific examples, but you could also just trust me. Emma Vigeland 100% wants to make the Democrat Party more economic populist, more like the Squad, more like the Justice Dems. Okay. You're soy as fuck. No, you are. Fist fight me, nerd. Come to Orlando. Roll up, bitch. Roll up, bitch. We'll fucking, we'll fist fight in my front yard. It'll be awesome. Drop on by. Send me a DM on Discord. I'll give you my address.
And people like Emma think it would be great for them to be more left. But in the context,
Officer Nasty says you'd have a heart attack, brother. You're not wrong. You're 50 with kids. You're right. I mean, I would definitely chew you up, but I would absolutely have a heart attack. So, anyways, you're right.
of this discussion, it isn't even about them being more left. It's about them having any balls to do any of the stuff that they legitimately said that they were going to do in the first place. Like, they gave up on $15 minimum wage. They did nothing to address affordability. Once again, they're in the process of throwing trans people under the bus.
Yeah, they just gave you what, like a shitload of access and social programs in order to help people reacclimate after the pandemic. They just sent out like additional COVID stimulus and loan programs to keep businesses afloat. They also did like a massive infrastructure spending plan that employed like hundreds of thousands of people. And all the Republicans are currently claiming credit for the massive infrastructure projects that are happening in their states, but they're all funded by Joseph Biden's infrastructure bill. Yeah, he didn't do shit, okay? Because Palestine still got its shit kicked in, because you didn't get $15 an hour, and because we haven't instituted socialism, Joe Biden hasn't done shit. Okay, all right, you're a fucking nerd. And then not only that, okay? So here's the other thing. This is something that Joe Biden said in his like 1989 presidential run, okay? He said, "Don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative." It's just absolutely true. Who's the alternative? Between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, would Kamala Harris have killed 3 million to 14 million people overseas through USAID and PEPFAR cuts? Absolutely the fuck not. Would she have basically backed Israel in order to annex the West Bank and Gaza? No, she wouldn't have. She would have let them fuck up Gaza 100%, but she would not have let them annex it. Whereas Donald Trump is effectively enabling Israel to annex the West Bank and to annex Gaza. And then what was the other thing that they care about? Oh, socialism. She wouldn't have ushered in a socialist utopia, but she probably would have passed larger spending bills that would have actually distributed money to the proletarian masses rather than to the ultra rich. So once again, if you're thinking from an incremental perspective, then you 100% should support a Democrat, like, especially if you're a leftist. Okay. I hate the average person. I think the average person is a rube and a moron and a douchebag. But if you think that there's like virtue in the average person, you think the average person is like a noble savage, then you 100% should support a Democrat over a Republican. So anyways, I'll try not to strawman this guy. I'll try to take some notes.
Like, I just genuinely don't know how you can look at the fact that Trump won and so many people neglected to not vote.
Because he was running off of economic populism. I'm sorry for pause, Andy, and fuck this guy.
And see that as an issue of the far left not sucking off the Democrats enough, but instead that the Democrats, like, just have lost the faith of the public because they're endlessly trying to push this garbage centrism that nobody actually wants. To speak on the trans thing for a little bit as well, there's another video that I watched where Hutch gets extremely mad at Hasan saying something along the lines of things wouldn't really be that much better for trans people under Kamala if she won as opposed to Trump right now.
He's going to tell you that, and by the way, there's this is a wrong statement that he's going to deliver. But don't you think things would be better for trans people right now if Kamala Harris, after making concessions about transphobia and leaning into anti-trans narratives, if she had won, don't you think things would be better for trans people as opposed to right now?
What an insane thing to say. That is crazy because they
Did he pause, Andy?
validated people's concerns when it came to trans girls in sports. That's all they did. I understand why parents have those concerns. I maybe have some of the same concerns. It's a really difficult issue, but it should be up to, the individual athletic bodies to determine whatever regulations, and the government shouldn't be involved.
He also says this, which I find to be absolutely hilarious.
If you want better outcomes for trans people, I believe you have a moral obligation to dunk on Hasan every time he says stupid shit like this. You are morally obligated to call this out. Unironically, some of the best trans advocacy you can do is debunking Hasan Piker claims about the Democratic Party. You in that action would be doing more for trans people than Hasan has ever done in his entire life.
This is, again, kind of an example of Hutch being so alienated by Hasan and not really having legitimate knowledge of what he's talking about, where he's just so blindingly angry in ways that, to somebody like me who is queer and is involved heavily in trans rights and has read a lot of queer theory, I know Hasan knows what he's fucking talking about. And Hutch is literally just LARPing being a trans activist right now. Any queer person with any reasonable amount of historical knowledge knows that even though, yes, the right absolutely hates us and wants us to basically burn in pits, the Democrats tolerate us and absolutely have a history of throwing us under the bus to kowtow whenever we need. For example, right now, with everything fucking Gavin Newsom is doing, everything that the Democrats have done before with constantly kowtowing to the whole trans swimmers thing, holy fuck. The fact that Hutch doesn't understand that this pandering is an issue that will legitimately affect building a coalition is insane. He also has clips where he defends Ezra Klein and his completely insane abundant shit and talking about building a broader umbrella, having pro-life Democrats.
What Ezra Klein is talking.
Oh my God. Sorry, I'm still taking notes. This one, taking notes is actually, I think we found something, chat. I hope you appreciate it. I hope you appreciate the more direct nature of the content. So, Dems lost the faith of the public through centrism. Go fuck yourself, you fucking idiot. Okay? People were looking for the non-Trump candidate because Trump fucked up the economy so bad. And the only reason why Trump is back in office is because I would say it's 90% economics. It's because the economic recovery after the pandemic was so anemic that while things were getting better, Trump was promising revolutionary economic improvement. And yet what he has delivered, because the average American is a fucking idiot, is economic disaster. I don't know if you guys are looking at what's happened over the past year and what the numbers are. Number one, we didn't even get numbers in the fall of last year because the Trump administration gutted the administrative bodies that actually track economic growth and output. Not only that, but the 3% or 4% growth in GDP is effectively relegated to AI and the tech sector. There's not actually real things that are growing in reference to the economy. And then when it comes to the average person's life, prices have remained stagnant at the high level, and arguably in a bunch of different industries, they've exploded due to tariffs. So the economic revolution that was appealing to the average American who was an economic populist, which these people argue for, has actually gutted the American economy. So the very political narrative that he wants was used by Trump to achieve political power and then used to destroy the American economy. So once again, not knowing how things work is what a douchebag. Now, if Kamala was president, would it be better for trans people? Obviously, yes. And Hutch is saying, hey guys, Kamala didn't become a transphobe overnight. He just said she just said, maybe trans people shouldn't be in fucking combat sports. Okay? Listen, I hate to say this to you, but it's just true. The average male is larger than the average female. They have more muscle mass. They have stronger tendons. They have a stronger skeleton. They have narrower hips. They have broader shoulders. They have physiology that lends themselves to combat sports and aggression in other sports. So if you want to have trans girls play badminton, I could give a fuck. I don't care. If you want to have trans people play, what's the one where you hit the ice one with like the little shuffle pucks that you push with a broom, right? I forget which one that is. But if you want to have trans girls compete in the female league for the fucking pushing the ice pucks, I could give a fuck, right? But at the same time, if you want to have trans chicks in MMA and you're willing to bet all of your political capital on trans girls in hockey, no, not hockey. The one curling. Thank you, Weld QC John. Thank you, Weld QC John. That's funny. Hockey. Fuck you, Tyler Pham. I don't even know if you're fucking with me. That was pretty funny. Yeah, this ninja don't know hockey. No, I was talking about curling. Oh my God. All right. Anyways, so the point is that obviously lefties lose political capital by insisting on 0.5% of the population being involved in fucking combat sports. So Kamala Harris saying like, hey, I love trans people. I love non-binary people. I want them to have dignity and rights and be participating in politics and participating in civic life. And I don't want them to be vilified just on the aspect of being trans. However, I do think that putting, a 6'4", 300-pound trans woman in MMA with a 5'4", born female, AFAB female woman is fucking crazy. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, Fallon Fox is the only one that you can point to. Yeah, sure. But at the same time, we're talking about political capital. Do you understand what political capital is? Think of it as like a transaction. Like you can spend your money to get stuff. So all the money that you spend on trans women and MMA is political capital that you can't spend in another direction. And as a matter of fact, it reduces the amount of political capital or energy that people put into your political movement. So you spend your political capital on intelligent bets. Okay? So anyways, so what Hutch is saying correctly, by the way, is that whenever Hasan advocates that you should waste political capital on stupid shit, you should dunk on him. And what's so funny is that this motherfucker actually proves the point within the same frame. He says that Democrats only tolerate queers and trans people, whereas the right wing has blind hatred for queers and trans people. Okay, well, when you're involved in a binary choice because of our two-party system, what is better for trans people? Tolerance or blind hatred? I'll give you a second to think about it, okay? Tolerance, hey, we might not be on the same page in reference to everything, but I'm going to accept that you're a person who's in my community, and despite us not agreeing on everything, I still love you and consider you a part of the coalition of humanity, right? Or, fuck you, you're an abomination God says you're an abomination and you should be burning in hell, and if the cops wouldn't stop me, I would murder you. Which one's better, guys? I'm just going to assume that tolerance is infinitely better than blind hatred. Let's just put it that way. Pandering is an issue, sure. And then coalition. So in reference to the coalition, you also have multiple coalitions within the Democratic establishment. You got the Black community, which is 13% of the American population. You got Hispanics, which are 24% of the population. You have trans people, which are 0.5% of the population, even though they're a lightning rod issue. And then you have normie, working class Democrats. Okay. So should you say, oh, well, we'll just kill all the trans people. That way we don't have to worry about them as a part of our political coalition because they're a political liability. That way, we can focus on Blacks, Hispanics, and white working class. No, obviously not. You don't need to genocide the transes in order to win elections. But do you need to spend as much time and energy on the transes as you do? And could you draw up reasonable lines? Like trans adults should be able to transition. Trans adults should be able to make healthcare decisions in line with their psychiatrist and in line with their, in line with their government. Absolutely. That's a perfectly reasonable position that falls under the umbrella of tolerance. So anyways, this guy being an idiot and not understanding how anything works and not understanding how our system works and also not understanding that Hutch is fundamentally correct is unsurprising for me. Now, the two other notes that I took is abundance Democrats and pro-life Democrats. I'm assuming he's going to say that they're not part of the coalition, which is going to be mad fucking silly, but I'm not going to launch into a diatribe just yet. I'm going to let this guy give me some more information before we continue. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got a memberships, if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Thank you to the 10 people who have donated so far. I'm actually going to shout them out real quick. Thank you, Numinax, Real Serious, Sean Kaplan, Anonymous Chatter, Vaz Raka, Grassroots, Fell Runner, and Grassroots with the oil today of 20 gifted Valor Media Network memberships. We got 90 minutes left on the goal, 10 super chats, $2 or higher over the next 2 hours. I would like to hit 2 goals. That's kind of like my bare minimum throughout the day. So if you do have money, it would be appreciated. If you can chip. If you can oil. If you can't, don't worry about it. All right. That's Hutch. I thought that was Timu Charles Xavier. That's the same thing, old school. Same thing. All right. Anyways, let's get back to it.
About is a much more macro level analysis, prescriptive analysis. He's thinking about the much, much bigger picture. He's thinking about the problems that we face in this country from like a 30,000 foot level. She says 2025, Ezra Klein wants to abandon women in red states. That doesn't seem to be true. Quite the opposite. I think he is saying the opposite.
And that a lot of the people who embrace alarm don't embrace what I think obviously follows from that alarm, which is the willingness to make strategic and political decisions you find personally discomforting, even though they are obviously more likely to help you win, right? Taking political positions that'll make it more likely to win Senate seats in Kansas and Ohio and Missouri. Trying to open your coalition to people you didn't want it open to before, running pro-life Democrats. And one of my biggest frustrations with many people whose politics I otherwise share is the unwillingness to match the seriousness of your politics to the seriousness of your alarm.
I'm sorry. You want to say that you're building a coalition to support people, to support women, and you want to bring in and run people that hate women, basically, that don't want...
I hate this guy. I'm going to let him go, though. If I interrupt here, I'm going to go on a 5-minute rant on one point. I want to see if he makes another point. Holy shit, what an idiot.
Women to have control over their bodies? How can you say that that's any form of a coalition? How can you not understand that having people like that completely shatters your coalition and has gotten us to where we are right now? It's gotten us...
No, it hasn't.
...to the point that Trump is in office, that things are worse for trans people, that we are being tormented on the street by fascists with guns. It's completely ridiculous. It's not about Hasan. It's not about trans people. It's that Hutch hates Hasan. He hates leftism. This fantastical version of it. And he cannot seem to think for 2 seconds that maybe, just maybe, he doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. He doesn't understand queer history or the complexities of being trans. Oh my God, if
okay, do you care about queer history and the complexity of being trans, or winning the political electoral game that gives you more power? Holy shit. This guy doesn't know what... I've made this accusation before. Okay, I've made this accusation before. There are people, and I think that Mike from PA, Denim, Hasan, other people, I've accused them of this in the past, and I'll stand by it. There are people who think that politics is having the correct opinions on the internet. Okay? There are people and you will find them predominantly amongst the woke left, that politics is having the correct opinions on the internet. It's not about canvassing. It's not about finding good candidates. It's not about proposing good legislation. It's not about pushing legislation through lobbying. It's not about, being pragmatic and building a coalition that can actually win. That's not politics. Politics is putting like a black bar on your Instagram profile picture when BLM happens. That's politics. Politics is saying that what is it? The gay riots or whatever, the gay riots that allegedly helped push for gay civil rights in like the 70s through the 90s, the gay riots, those were done by queer women of color, and posting that on your Twitter is politics. That's not politics, you fucking idiot. I barely do politics. What I do in reference to politics is I try to like collect people who are already politically minded and then convince them that I am correct in my beliefs about the world. That way they can take those incorporated beliefs and then go back into their own communities and make their lives a little bit better, having heard what I have to say. Okay. And also that involves like choosing the lesser of two evils in electoral politics and being a good community member, not just in a digital community, but also in your IRL life. Right. I know that's redundant, but still, that's how I do politics, which is barely politics, by the way. We have opinions on the internet, but I hope that our collective opinions actually do trickle back into your real world. Okay. So when it comes to, let me address why I think this is so stupid, because this guy like rubbing his eyes while being so unbelievably wrong about everything, I actually find it's almost like a art piece. This is like, I wish this guy was a graper. That way this was like a post-ironic art piece. I think it would be amazing. I think that if this was J-Reg pretending to be a leftist to do a post-ironic art piece about how politics is really having opinions on the internet and liking Hasan Piker, it's not electoralism, I think this would be one of the best videos I've ever seen. Okay. So in reference to abundance is saying, hey, the left wing in its really, really, really good intentions has saddled infrastructure development with so much red tape that even things that are incredibly beneficial to society, like high-speed rail in California or desalinization plants in California or desalinization in, I don't know, like upstate New York or, like a national transit system. We have encumbered the state with so many regulations in reference to trying to prevent ecological harm and harm to societies through sovereign domain or whatever the fuck it's called. We've saddled the government so long that we can no longer build what's necessary in order to usher in the next generation of American wealth through public works. So as a result, we don't need to destroy regulation, but we need to be common sense and limit the regulation or eliminate the regulation that prevents us from doing the infrastructure projects that are going to usher in the next century and millennia of American greatness. That's abundance liberalism. If you don't like that, I think you're an idiot, okay? And then pro-life Democrats. I already told you there's a multitude of people in the coalition. There's the white working class. There's blacks. There's like 70 to 80% of Hispanics. There's transes and gays, and that's the Democratic coalition. Well, guess what? There's social conservatives who are members of the white working class who still want to be represented in economic, populist, and social democratic ventures that make their lives easier. But they are still pro-life in that they think that abortion is immoral. They're still religious. And so supplanting religion and spirituality and saying, no. You effectively have to worship the secular liberalism, which is like whatever lefties say today on Twitter is like your ideological backbone. That's fucking crazy. And it's unsurprising to me that this person believing that being pro-life and being a Democrat is incompatible. I'm unsurprised that lack of tolerance of other people with different beliefs. And by the way, that's not even my beliefs, but it is unsurprising to me that he does not recognize that by fracturing that coalition, You've alienated broad swaths of the white working class, and therefore the white working class has abandoned you for economic populism from Donald Trump. Anyways. Officer Nasty says, so the arguments keep appealing to the middle, don't reach out and try to pull the fringes back. No, do both simultaneously. Do both simultaneously. I'm trying to pull the right-wing fringes back. I would love to argue with the right wing in order to drag them back from the insanity. As a matter of fact, I would say a broad part of my platform, a broad part of my political advocacy online is trying to drag the right away from the fringes and arguing for the center. So these things are not like mutually exclusive. I don't know why you would ask it like it's a binary. Newman Axe for 5. Thank you for the Chip King. Person in video is infinitely more vibes guy than anything. Should be ignored. All filler, no sustenance. I'm still having a good time. I don't know about you guys. I'm having a good time with my notes. I'm having a great time with my notes. All right. Anyways.
If you're unfamiliar with this, like...
is populism a natural response to elitism? Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I would say the neoliberals and neoconservatives, even though I consider myself a neoconservative, they have no one to blame for themselves for the populist economic revolt on the right and the left was caused by neoliberal and neoconservative disdain for the working class.
Great book to get into this for anybody, including Hutch, if you somehow found this, like Queer Then and Now, a great compilation of really important speeches from important activists, like incredibly good, accessible, yet challenging stuff to make you understand this. Like on the most basic level, yes, things would be better under Kamala. But you know what? The Democrats still wouldn't be fucking doing anything to give us actual meaningful advancement. That is.
Don't let perfect be the enemy of great. Don't let great be the enemy of good. Don't let good be the enemy of done. It's, yeah. Cerinthius, you just, oh shit. Where am I logged in right now? How do I make you a moderator? I think you've been soy in the past, or else I would have promoted you. But this joke is hysterical. Read this book, you'll understand Hasan fully, and it's a book about being gay. Hey. Here's how to understand Hasan Baker fully. Gay porno mag. I know. Well, I don't know. I don't know how Zyrenthius meant it. That's how I took it. All right. I'm enjoying that too much. I'm enjoying. Fuck. Okay. I'm enjoying my own joke too much. Okay. All right.
It's an incredibly hard thing for a lot of people to come to terms with, even some queer people. But everybody I know understands this. It sucks. It feels
read more queer theory. Everybody I know understands this.
Really bad to say, but unfortunately, that's just how it is. Hasan is right. And it is a hard thing to be able to understand. But the fact that Hutch doesn't even take 2 seconds to think about it proves that his brain is just like so rigid in this warlike state that he can't even take 2 seconds to even do deeper research on how trans people feel about this. I can tell Hasan has read our shit because that is the correct thing to say. God, like, Hutch doesn't even seem to know the difference between the importance of a stimulus check versus a tax credit.
problems are solvable if you stop implementing this as tax credits, though weirdly, that's never on the table. It's not weird. It's because Americans are geared towards tax cuts. Americans and the Democrats are terrified of presenting anything as like spending money on Americans, and only can angle any sort of political movement in the direction of less taxes. That's it.
Doesn't it accomplish the same thing? Like if you give someone a $5,000 tax credit as opposed to like a $5,000 stimulus check, doesn't it accomplish the same thing? And if
It literally does.
if the optics of it are more like palatable for the median voter, then what's the issue? No, because the check is way better. But for example, like the child tax credits, those came in the form of checks, right? I feel like the child tax credit, like people were getting like literal checks that were
I think I was too, weirdly enough. So we had kids during the pandemic. I think I got a few checks for the child tax credit. And then that was like income that I also did not have to pay on for tax purposes.
advance on the tax credit, right?
These online echo chambers, essentially turning all form of political engagement that you have online, whether you're actually talking to a person or reacting to something, as you turn it into a debate, even if you're debating something completely imaginary, has
make shittier content,
ruined political discourse in a way that is so hard to describe. And like, I don't know what to do about it. Genuinely. Like I truly don't. Like, that's why so much of the content that I make on my main channel focuses on like trying to offer a level of education, trying to offer a level of context and historical knowledge, because like debates don't change people's minds in the vast majority of the time. Like, that's one thing that the book talked about that I really liked, is it goes on to say that like debates are broadly useless. They're just for theater and reinforcing the views of the people who are doing the debates or cheering for either side. Like, it is theater. Like, that's what it is. That's what Hutch is doing. He is doing theater. If anybody wants to do legitimate political action, like, this is not it. Like, you can talk about politics in a meaningful way, but unless you're actually going out, you're doing stuff in your community, you are engaging in action, you are supporting people, like, you are not doing politics. Voting is incredibly important, absolutely. But if you're not doing stuff for people and engaging in things and educating yourself, you are not doing politics. Like, it's so complicated, and the world has made engaging in politics so unbelievably dense and hard, and this culture that we've made has amplified that to be so incredibly confusing and polarizing that like no fucking wonder Hutch exists as he does. And for the record, I don't think it's possible to sing Kumbaya with everybody around the campfire. I don't think we should. I think the act of drawing lines makes people very uncomfortable, like Hutch, but it is necessary. It is necessary to keep some people out. Straight up, 100%. Like, can you work on changing those people's minds? Abso-fucking-lutely. But there has to be a certain level of limitation in who you allow to be in your spaces. Because if things broaden to the degree where everybody is involved, then nobody is involved. There is no clear goals, and you devolve into what the Democratic Party has become, where they are...
I should let him finish the sentence real quick.
Literally just a stepping stool for fascism to arise.
I hate this guy. No wonder why he doesn't do debates, because he would get mogged. Okay. All right. I'm writing some notes. Ice Koozie says, you're the only guy I trust to review the Nick Fuentes Jeffrey Epstein take from last Friday. Any chance to have it on your radar, or do you not want to cover Jeffrey Epstein anymore? No, I'll happily cover Jeffrey Epstein. I'll happily cover Nick covering Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know if my chat would like that today, but I could do that for tomorrow. Matter of fact, Ice Koozie, I go live at 9:30 a.m. on Tuesdays. I'm live on Counterpoints Politics. So if you want me to cover it 100%, I will definitely write this down. So Nick Fuentes, Jeffrey Epstein I'll cover that for sure. Especially since he's like wearing the sweater or whatever. It's actually his behavior is infuriating. Chapingro, thank you for the Chip King. Chapingro, thank you for the gifted membership. I appreciate it. Quick shill, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We are at 12 donations today. Thank you to the dozen people who have donated, half of whom are grassroots hegemon. Let's be real. If you're a chipper, chip. If you're an oiler, oil. But let me go ahead and respond to this Joe Schmo douchebag. So, unironically, this dude says, read more queer theory. I think that's fucking hilarious because that's like a meme in the center and the right that effectively like leftists don't want to do political advocacy. They just want you to like read more theory. That way you can have even better opinions on Twitter. Hasan is right. About what? What is Hasan right about? He doesn't even articulate it. I would love it. Maybe I wasn't paying attention enough, but I would love it if he articulated what Hasan was right about. Hasan has read queer theory was another thing that he said. Wait, so Hasan is right that no, the left wing should expend all of its political capital on trans women in sports. That's actually a smart idea. That's actually a good idea. Let's focus on let's make Keffels the head of the Democratic Party. Let's make selling knockoff estrogen that you make in a bathtub by burning plastic. Let's make that a cornerstone. Let's make that a cornerstone of Democratic politics. Let's get even crazier with it. Let as a party, the Democrats should tweet out that they're going to trans your kids using bathtub estrogen. That'll probably help out. Okay. Then tax credits versus stimulus finally achieved the same thing. He didn't say they were the same thing. He said they achieved the same thing. So this is my understanding of it. Okay. My understanding of it is that the stimulus checks come in cash checks that you can take to the bank, deposit into your account, or you can do an e-file and get it. And then you got the cash on hand, you can spend it immediately, right? Whereas with tax credits, I know that I said the child income tax credit came to me in like checks that were paid to me by the government. I don't know how. I didn't know that was possible with tax credits. But with tax credits, the way that I understand it is that if you're engaged in a certain activity, then you can claim that activity on your taxes, and then that will reduce your taxable income. And as a result, you will either owe the federal government less money, or they will increase the amount of your tax return check. Okay. So once again, I understand like people need stimulus now. Maybe that's an argument for how stimulus is substantively different from tax credits. However, on an annual basis, I think that saying that they achieve the same thing is true. This guy has said that Hutch should make shittier content that no one watches. Effectively, he should stop doing drama slop and he should just do educational content. I think that's hysterical. Debates reinforce political tribalism, and legitimate political action is community action. Reinforcing political tribes for electoralism is not politics. I would argue the opposite. Okay? What I would argue is politics is about who wields power and how. Okay? Who wields power and how. And right now, we have a Republican system of government that involves electoralism. I want to do community action. I want to make enough money as a creator that I'm able to take 10% of my income. I'm able to pay my bills, but with that 10%, I do things that encourage you guys to do things that go out into your community and actually make the world a better place. Because I think it's good for you spiritually. I think that if some place around you gets physically fucked up and your house is fine and you still have power and you still have a little bit of money and a little bit of food, I think it is good, not just for the people that you help, but it's good for you to take the excess that you have generated in finances or food or stability or whatever, and then to give it to people who have been fucked over by nature. I think that's a good thing. And I think it builds the concept of community. I also think that going out into the community and finding the less fortunate, big brother, big sister programs, volunteering at your local schools, being a crossing guard, any of that kind of stuff. I think all of that is based. But I think that doesn't have to do with who wields power and how. And so I actually would argue the opposite, that community action is not politics. it could be used for political ends where you engage in community action in order to become popular enough in order to seize political power. But actually, arguably, in my opinion, Hutch is engaged in politics more because he analyzes more who wields power and how, and tries to reinforce a powerful political tribe. Now, categorizing the Democratic Party as the stepping stool for fascism, I think is cringe and r-slurred. I think it's very r-slurred. I would argue that the Republican Party is the stepping stool for fascism, and Democrats have been shrieking and screaming about it, ineffectively, to be clear, but they've been doing their best to fight it for the past decade. Nobody listens to them because they're soy, but that's not for a lack of trying, right? So anyways, once again, I would like to reemphasize that I think this guy is an r-slur. He doesn't understand what politics are, and he thinks that reading queer theory will make it better. I don't think that makes sense. I don't think telling the vast majority of Democrats, hey, in order to be an effective political person, you need to do more community action and you need to read more queer theory. I think that's going to appeal to 50 people, and they're all going to be in the Pacific Northwest. They're all going to be in Seattle. So this guy actually unironically does not understand what politics are, which is very funny. All right. Anyways, keeping it moving. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage your chat, super chats. If you got a membership, if you got them, my parasocial, love you. Thank you for being here. Let's go.
I don't think Hutch is a bad person. I just think he is very much a victim of this incredibly toxic mentality that has poisoned so many minds on the internet. I think him growing up on the internet absolutely did not help things. And I think that seeing him basically spend his entire time digging his heels into a reality that just straight up does not exist due to the state that we live in now is just like, it's just like really unfortunate to watch, because he has all these good intentions, but he has genuinely no idea what he's talking about. And it really fucking sucks to see somebody who could be working on themselves and doing good and using this big platform that they had and taking this risk to become somebody more focused on the real issues of our time, using that platform to endlessly talk about and try to reify the exact same things that got us into this place to begin with, while engaging in rhetorical tactics and content structures that are detrimental to the future of political engagement and getting people to realize that we need something else. I do not know if there is a way out of this. I genuinely don't think there is. I think the only thing you can do is work to continually read and understand the world, read good books like the book that I recommended and talked about earlier, and really engage in your communities, because engaging in things and meeting people and interacting is how you learn and have your minds changed. It's how you evolve your opinion. It's how I grew up. It's how Hutch should be engaging in things instead of continually building up his echo chamber and violently attacking Hasan and
violently. God, I would pay good money to watch Hutch violently attack Hasan in a boxing ring. Holy shit. I would train Hutch like a motherfucker.
Leftists for literally no good reason at all. There are good reasons, absolutely, to criticize people like them, but like these aren't one of them. I know at the very least, you, dear viewer, can think about how you engage with stuff and how you want to engage with stuff, and hopefully realize that doing what Hutch is doing only serves to make you feel like the specialist, goodest boy in your opinions. And
oh God, it's me. He's just like me, for real, for real. I am the specialist, goodest boy with the best opinions.
You deserve better than that. You deserve to have meaningful criticism. You deserve to think about what you do, how you think, how you live your life, what kinds of interactions you have
We only got 1 minute left on this, so I'm gonna let him wrap the last minute, and then I'm gonna hit my last bullet points for this, and then I'm gonna engage with chat for a minute, and I'm also gonna ask y'all a couple of questions.
People, and understand that doing something like this isn't healthy and meaningful. It's not bringing change. It's not making you happier. It's not moving the dial in any meaningful way. So please, I beg of you, don't engage in politics like Hutch. It is not good. It is not productive. It is only there for content farming and making you feel like you're a special, cool little guy who has for sure all the right opinions that definitely don't get their shit kicked around by just opening the news for 2 seconds. Anyways, that's been me, John Politics.
And the ML LARPing again. Holy shit.
You're in the politics zone. Thank you for coming.
20 seconds, guys. Hold on there. White knuckle it, okay? White knuckle it. Grab your desks, okay? Grab your desks, white knuckle it, okay? You got this. I believe in you, chat. I believe in you. Hold on. Hold on. 13 more seconds.
Fuck ICE. Minneapolis is the best city in the country right now. I hope that everything turns out better than it is, because it's really sad and angry, and we need something else. We need something else than what the Democrats are offering, or this will get worse. This will absolutely get worse. Okay, goodbye.
We survived! I survived, bitch.
Hello.
Oh my God, you guys are funny. So anyways, Kazra says one of the funniest things that I've seen them ever say. Oh my God, I survived a revolution, but now I'm about to kill myself. Officer Nasty says, Hutch is my boy, and I've seen Hasan kick, but I'm pretty sure Hasan would still win. Hey, brah, you're assuming that I'm not going to like force, I'm going to be like force feeding. I'm going to move to LA or wherever Hutch is. I'm going to like jam performance enhancing drugs down his throat. I'm going to make him eat 300 grams of protein a day. And I'm going to make him do like 2 hours of cardio and fucking lift 2 times a day. Yeah. Hutch has that dog in him. Yeah. Which one? But, all right. Anyways, Hutch and Connor bulk streams. Absolutely. So what I heard in the last 5 minutes though, is that Hutch is an ineffective shit lib. That was kind of the accusation. He was saying, oh, he's a warrior for the status quo. He doesn't change anything. He doesn't challenge anything. The queer theory people are totally correct. And, if you want to do this, you need to work in your local community more, which is not politics. Politics, once again, is who has power and how they wield it. So that's not politics. And then you need to read more queer theory. Holy shit, this person is I wish this was Dreg. I wish this was J-Reg playing a post-ironic character. It unironically would be if J-Reg made this video and he just took the transcript of this video, then he read it word for word while dressed as this character. This would be like a beautiful performance art piece about everything that's wrong with the left. It's actually amazing. So that's not politics. Working in your local community, joining a food pantry, and helping people with food insecurity is good, but that's not who wields power and how. That's not politics. And then reading in general is good, but reading queer theory, I would rather read the Horus Heresy start to finish. So anyways, this guy also doesn't understand. He doesn't understand politics. He also doesn't understand content, okay? Hutch got 840,000 subscribers off of Call of Duty content, and he's taken an algorithmic hit in order to start being a political commentator. And I think he does get between 500 and 1,000 live stream viewers. I still think he makes a decent living off of it. But if he was a Call of Duty streamer, and then he just started doing educational content, the amount of people who would stick over for his educational content would be like less than 1% from the Call of Duty days. And not just that, the only reason why he has as big of a political platform as he does is because he makes it entertaining. He makes it funny. He makes it interesting. He goes for the slop. Okay. So going for the slop and mixing highfalutin ideas in with the slop is actually like, that's how you do it. So this guy, not understanding politics, but also not understanding content, is unsurprising. So anyways, that was interesting. I think I successfully debunked this guy's talking points from my own vantage point. I think I also did, by proxy, defend Hutch's honor by calling this guy a moron repeatedly. And as a result, that's a segment. Now, I'm going to ask you guys, okay? Jay Gregory is funny. True. I'm engaged with chat. So reminder, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I'm going to thank the dozen people who have donated. Thank you, Numinax, for the 2 chips. Thank you to Chipingro for the membership. Thank you to Real Serious for the 100 Argentinian pesos. Sean Kaplan says, note system is the shit. Keep it up. I'm here for your insight, not the one guide segments. That's what I want to ask you guys about. Okay? I want to ask you, was this better? Will this be a better VOD? Did you have higher retention? Because, as an example, the retention was the same for me. I had like 100 to 110 viewers the entire time. So for me, there was no real difference in the metrics. I had everybody the entire time. Was this a better viewing experience where I didn't engage with chat as much, but I was actually more on topic, more focused, actually reacting to what's going on, making my rants concise, and stick to the notes as much as possible. How did you feel about that as a VOD segment? How did you feel about that as a chatter? Like, did you want more of my autism? Did you want me to go more off topic? What's better? Is the old school style of me just ripping and being autistic better, or is this better? Please tell me. While I thank everybody else who donated. Anonymous with the 20, thank you. Bazraka with the gifted, thank you. Grassroots, thank you for the chips that become oils. So that was $20, and a 5. Thank you, King. Fell Runner with the 5 and Grassroots with the 20 gifted. Thank you for oiling, King. Officer Nasty says, I mean, I enjoyed this content way more. Rants are based, but sometimes they get a little long, lol. Good. Unork says, I'm not going to watch the VODs, but I think it was better. I do think you should pre-schedule your one guys at least a couple of times a week. BizD says you could use more structure. Okay, honestly, but as long as it's on politics and not Star Wars, I'm engaged. Okay. So if anybody, personally, I like you sticking to the point and honestly makes you make your buck from clips. The old school Connor who worked out on stream and got angry and yelled at his debate opponents was the best version of Connor. Thank you, Bud123. I like that rants can only be on the topic rule. Okay. Well, guys, I'm just going to say it. It looks like, including Oilers and regular viewers, most people prefer the more on-topic, organized, bullet-pointed, noted system. And I think the reason why I don't want to take notes on screen is because when I'm taking notes on screen, I have more things that distract me from screen. Whereas if I'm taking a pen and pad and I'm not paying attention to the pen and pad, then basically I know that I'm not really paying attention to the content. So I honestly think that we might have a system here that's going to improve the content over time. And I've been looking for this, guys. I've been looking for the edge of what am I doing now versus what do the people do who make who get 500 to 1,000 viewers, Nick Diorio, Chud Logic, and all that kind of stuff. And a huge gap between Nick Diorio and Chud Logic and me is the fact that they do stay on topic. Now, I don't want to ignore the chat. I like hanging out with you guys. I like talking to you guys. But if we can kind of lock in and then do the segments, and then if you guys are burning with a question or guys, shut your butts. Sorry, the dogs are being annoying. But if we can lock in for the content and then kind of come hang out afterwards, then I think that would be fine, especially if we hang out during the first hour of stream. Right? Especially if we hang out during the first hour in stream. Okay. Listen, guys, the overwhelming consensus is that this is a good formula. Okay. Harstar says, if we're doing structure, I want structured BS afterwards. I agree with you, Harstar. I would say between segments, we can hang out and bullshit. You guys can ask whatever you want to ask. I can just hang out with chat for a little bit. And then not only that, but effectively like the first hour, I hate to say it, but it's kind of true. The first 30 minutes to an hour of my stream is normally just bullshitting with chat. So I know that community members might not always be able to hang out at 9:30 a.m. Maybe they have different jobs. Maybe they're sleeping in. Maybe they're in a different time zone. But I'm pretty much always available for the first like 30 minutes to an hour when people have questions and want to bullshit and hang out. I mean, shit, we spent like 40 minutes on Star Wars this morning. You know what I'm saying? And then going forward, I'll try to do like lock in for segment, take notes, make a good VOD. Then interruption in the middle. If you guys have something burning that you want to ask me or want me to engage in, hey Connor, have you seen this? Have you done that? You know, my cat died, my dog had puppies, I bought a new car, whatever. Then we can do that in the middle, and then we could lock in for another VOD segment, and then boom, that's the day. You know what I'm saying? Grassroots for 5 says being off script is endearing. I personally like it, but I don't require it. I like the first hour being bullshit for the bullshitters. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The overwhelming consensus is that this is a positive mood. Silver says we need a call-in session like once a week or two. Silver, I have good news for you. So I can't give you guys all the details. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to tell you this straight up, which is actually, it breaks my heart a little bit. Okay. I am presented with a binary choice due to familial obligations where I will either be staying in this house and I will be commuting more for a familial obligation. But that familial obligation is going to give me more flexibility just because my job is really flexible. It's going to give me more flexibility for scheduling. And so as a result, I'm going to be able to take Saturday nights off, which I'm looking forward to. Not every Saturday night. Every other Saturday, I'm going to be able to have that off. And so effectively, I'm thinking Saturday night, once we move to the every other schedule, because it's reliant on my wife's employment, it's reliant on my employment, it's reliant on the familial issue, it's reliant on where I'm living, all that kind of crap. But basically, once we have employment and logistics set up, I will have every other Saturday off. And so if every other Saturday is off, I want to do a Saturday night community night where effectively we could do like a call-in stream at like 7 p.m., 8 p.m., something like that. And then I would realistically want to roll into games. So I would want to hang out with the community, do call-ins, do like a gauntlet call-in thing where we just, like you got a 10-minute time limit unless I'm having a really good time, at which point everybody else waits. But then we have like a 10-minute time limit. And then and then after like an hour or 2 hours of bullshitting with people through call-ins, then we just roll into video games, and we have like a group Space Marine co-op. We have a group Halo co-op. We have a group Call of Duty co-op, and then we just do cooperative games. So Team Slayer with 8 people on Halo multiplayer online. We do Team Slayer on Call of Duty. We do a 3-person Space Marine 2 cooperative campaign. We do a 6v6 Space Marine 2 multiplayer. I don't know how we would do it, but it could be a blast. So, but I would want to basically live stream it and make it a complete, make it a community night and a Halo. New Nexus MCC Halo. I mean, that's what we used to do. We used to be playing, like, because I'm an asshole, I thought Reach and I thought Halo, the original, were the best ones. And so effectively we played Halo on this channel. Yeah, probably. But we used to play Halo Master Chief Collection weekly. And just since having my second kid, I just haven't had the time for that. But Halo Master Chief Collection, yeah, we used to play Halo Combat Evolved and Halo Reach every week. So yeah. Blood123 says I'll call it in, tell Connor to work out based. I'll kick your butt in Halo despite a ping. That's fine. I love getting my ass kicked in Halo. If you can kick my ass in Halo Combat Evolved, then I respect you. Because I'm not the best player at Halo Combat Evolved, but I would say I'm like top 10%, top 20% easily. Although Silver would probably laugh at that because Silver watched Taze, my old editor. My old editor used to kick the shit out of me. And so Silver's probably going to laugh at me saying that I'm good at Halo. Smash Brothers? Sure. I love Smash Brothers. Connor rating TikTok streams like Andrew Wilson? Eventually. Eventually. But anyways, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I'm going to pull up the next segment. We could do Fuentes. What was Ice Koozie saying? Fuentes talking about Jeffrey Epstein, but I know that's something that you guys need to mentally prepare for because you guys hate the dissident right. So I wanted to watch the Pisco Hasan Piker segment where he was watching Hasan as a damn. Our combo pops up as a top one. There was a live stream the other day. That he was doing that said, oh, I'm, we're treating anybody who says Hasan wants dead kids as bad faith. And then I know Destiny reacted to it, so I might have to react to the react, which will be fine. It'll be perfectly fine content. I'm still going to be able to communicate what I want to communicate. But if I could find the original live stream segment, I would have liked to have seen the actual sweeping. Because the actual sweeping was kind of ridiculous. Pisco, streamer. Death Lily says, don't do it. It's just sweeping for Hasan. Yeah, but don't you... This is the one that I was looking for. Let's see if we still have the live. Talking Biden, Trump, After Hours, Hunter Politics. These are all 6 months ago. Let's check the playlist, see if he has a Q&A, culture streaming, shorts, legal takes, Patreon feed, debate reviews, live and learn, media appearances, stream VODs, maybe. Let's take a look at the playlist, see if it's here. It's like treating Hasan as a chill Katie Miller cringe, legal breakdown, debate on ICE shooting. Hold on, let's scroll a little bit slower. Debate on ICE shooting, test, don't watch it, politics law, legal politics, legal analysis, Don Lemon, Dems versus politics, conversation with celebrity, a nice midnight chat with Rob Noor. It was more recent than this, I feel like. It was more recent than this. So unfortunately, I don't think he has it on this list. Am I missing it? Did he change the title? He might have changed the title. Chill Katie Miller cringe. I feel like it was fairly recent. I'm just going to open up these ones real quick and just scrub real quick and see if I can find it. If I can't find it, then we'll just piggyback off of the Destiny one. No, that's not it. Let's bump the volume. Kyle Kalinske sweeping
situation.
This is fine.
The fact that
chick with the sep.
At least with China.
Give me a break.
What do you mean by that?
There's Hasan debating.
I think
there's more Hasan.
A right winger is about leaking.
There's a lot of Hasan in here. Is this it?
Bombing campaign in Gaza.
Yeah.
I have this deep.
You are just giving.
Okay. What I would do, with your permission, okay, is I would do Pisco, Destiny, I need a break. That's not it. Hold on. Give me a second. Sorry that it's dead air. Destiny, Pisco, I need a break. I could have sworn to God I just saw it. Here it is. So, oh shit. They changed the title. Meet the Andrew Wilson of the left, Pisco, Hasanabi, Destiny. So, hold on. Y'all tell me. Okay, take a break, yes or no? Okay, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to do reacception? Reacting to Destiny being upset, but then we get, we basically get wrapped up in Destiny's commentary on top of Pisco's commentary, or do we just do straight Pisco to the veins? Because effectively what I want is I want Pisco watching and reviewing the Ethan Klein, Hasan Piker, Israel-Palestine debate. Okay. I see contradictory perspectives. We're going to go in raw. Okay. We're going to go in raw. We're just going to do, I'm going to keep this in the background in case it's like really boring and I feel like we need to change pace and get a little D-Man commentary in here. But if you like D-Man commentary, you should probably just watch D-Man, right? So what I'll do is I'll do an intro. So many people are voting Destiny. Listen, guys, if you love Destiny so much, why don't you go watch them? Don't leave my chat though. Go watch the Destiny content. But leave this chat box open. Also, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them, okay? Let me make sure the volume's on. Let me do an intro, and let's get cracking. If this is too dry, and if this is boring, then I'll switch to the D-Man content. That way we can get a little bit more punchy. But I also have a feeling that unless we're looping on the same topic over and over and over again, I should be able to take really good notes that actually make this good content. Grassroots for 20, thank you for oiling today, King. I think this community is pretty unique in that we can argue hard and talk civilly after, but I also think we are disproportionately open to law and philosophy and are tight-knit, so an open stream would bulwark that. Let's do it. Let's do it, man. I'm unironically for that. I've wanted to do more community events, but I just haven't had the time. So, anyways. All right, let's do it. Let's do an intro and get cracking. Sacred Snow says, if you love Destiny content, why so much? Why don't you go watch them? Brother, you're a glorified React channel. Yeah, true. But I've seen Destiny spend hours on stream not reacting. So what does that mean about Destiny? All right, enough jabs. Okay, I'm going to move you a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. It'll be fine. All right, cool. Okay. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I got another brain damage treat for you today. I have a friend, an online friend, but a friend, Pisco. Pisco is a liberal, progressive debater, and there has been a fight for Pisco's soul in the past 6 months to a year, I would say. There are lefties and leftists that he hangs out with. Aaron, straight-arrayed, communist. They do a podcast together, I think. Still, I don't know. He's hung out with the Vanguard. Vanguard are socialists, leftists. They're called the Vanguard. I have to assume they're socialists of some flavor. And they also hate the Democratic Party. And Hutch is Pisco's boy that he refers to him. And earlier today, we were reacting to Hutch fighting leftists and a leftist doing a hit piece on Hutch. Well, Pisco's soul is being split in twain, if you will, because what he's doing is he doesn't want to cater to the center right. He doesn't want to cater to people like me because I'm like too sympathetic to right-wing ideas. I like the police too much. I like the military too much. I like the neoconservative establishment too much. I like capitalism too much. I hate poor people too much. I'm a little bit, racist. I'm a little bit anti-Semitic. I make weird jokes, all that kind of stuff. So he doesn't really want to cater to me. So where Pisco is more comfortable is catering to lefties, woke lefties, progressive lefties, leftists. And he tries to be good faith to them in an attempt to drag them more towards a liberal incrementalist view. But in his attempts to do so, I would say, in my opinion, that I feel like he is too charitable. He's way too charitable to far lefty freaks. And so as a result, I think it twists his brain a little bit about. So we're going to watch some of that because I saw this clip. And Hasan Piker, I think you guys all know that I hate Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker is arguably one of the largest political streamers on the planet. The guy gets tens of thousands of live viewers. He makes $1 million a year doing political commentary. He's a socialist. He probably would prefer a revolution if he could, but he knows that a revolution is impossible, so he supports incremental candidates. He sweeps for the Soviet Union and Maoist China during the 20th century. He actually sweeps for modern state capitalist China now. All in all, I think he's actually a massive leftist piece of shit. So the clip that triggered this content is that Pisco said that Hasan has been misrepresented in reference to his bloodlust in the Israel-Palestine conflict because Hasan has been accused of sweeping for terrorism and of sweeping for the murder of children. And so as a result, if anybody going forward criticizes Hasan by saying that he is bloodthirsty, that he sweeps for terrorism, and he makes excuses for murdering children, Pisco is going to view that person as bad faith. That's the clip that I saw. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring Mr. Pisco on. We are going to watch him watching Hasan Piker debate the Israel-Palestine conflict with his former co-host Ethan Klein, and we're going to see how Pisco arrived at that conclusion, because I have the opposite conclusion. Let's take a look.
Engage in the same dumb fuck reactionary argumentation.
Oh, got it.
Okay? You need to stop doing that, guys. Please stop doing that. If you find yourself going, oh, low-key agree with end wokeness here because Billie Eilish is a $14 million mansion in LA built on Tongva tribes once lived, you're not actually hyper woke. You're just a fucking dumbass. You're an unwilling, or not an unwilling, but you are, unfortunately, being a fucking moron here. You are just giving credence and giving legitimacy to the idiotic reaction.
Okay. Let's take a pause here.
Let me sweep for Billie Eilish real quick. Despite her saying that she was going to blow my dad, which is fucked up. I have no idea why Billie Eilish, whatever her name is, I have no idea why she wants to blow my dad. Totally fucked up. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, go check out the song Bad Guys. Okay? Bad Guy? Something like that. It's one of Billie Eilish's most popular songs. She sings about blowing my dad specifically. Totally fucking weird. Like, I don't know why you want to blow a 70-year-old. Freaks me out. Every single time I hear it, I'm like, why? Why are you going after my dad, Billie Eilish? Freaks me out. So anyways, Billie Eilish criticized everybody at an award ceremony where she was like, hey, all you guys are like millionaires and billionaires and shit, and you're not doing anything in order to improve the world. I think that rich people should put their money where their mouth is. And she got a lot of criticism because she herself is rich. But 90%, I think it was like 90% of the proceeds from her upcoming tour is specifically going to charity. And I think she's already like a pretty well documented full-on rapist. Sorry, I misspoke. Philanthropist. She's a really well documented philanthropist. So actually, I'll defend Billie Eilish a little bit. All right. Anyways, sorry for the interruption. Back to the content. I'll try to take notes.
Let's try to actually find some controversy. We started with something that was a little bit more, well, I would say definitely more
understandable.
Definitely more apt to be sympathetic. Then I'd pick something more random. So let's pick some. All
right. Sorry. Here we go.
Decapitated babies to treating their POWs really well.
Well,
I think that's kind of,
at least for the military.
The fucking.
Oh, okay. So they're listening to the.
Oh, bro, do not fast forward that one. Sorry for interrupting again. I'm trying to take notes, but do not fast forward this one. This is the one where Hasan says, oh, yeah, I'm a sales funnel for extremist leftist ideology. And I basically play a character when I'm dealing with like libs and sock dems and progressives where I pretend to be more shit lib than I am in order to try to get them to see my perspective more. That way, at the end of the day, they'll go down the sales funnel to becoming full-blown fucking leftists. Don't skip that clip, Pisco. Sorry for being flippant.
This is the deprogram.
Whoa! Don't go. Oh my God. Wait, did he already watch that? I'm going to write that down real quick. Skip the deprogram clip? That's fucking crazy. I'm going to scrub. Has he seen that clip before? Has he seen that clip before? Anybody in chat, feel free to answer.
No, of course not.
Settlers.
Of course.
And they're not even living.
They're not.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
they're babies.
So I just want to.
Okay. Back up. Back up. This was their old podcast that they did together, right?
Turned a blind eye to Israel not following their commitments on.
Fully.
What's the date of this, too? Let's get the date. The leftovers. Why was it called leftovers? They're left. Self-deprecating thing. It's October 12th, 2023. This is what? Less than a week after?
Guys, I have to pause. I'm sorry for being like pissy or whatever. If Pisco has seen that clip before, and that's why he's skipping it, and he already understands the context of that clip, that's totally fine. I'm not trying to like make a mountain out of a molehill. But at the same time, if he sees that clip and it's devastating to his case, that Hasan Piker is not like a bloodthirsty socialist apologizing piece of shit, that would be hysterical to me and worthy of being dunked on. Because very specifically in that clip, Hasan says, yes, I'm like a sales funnel for far left ideas. I dupe all these dumbass liberals and sock dems into becoming more extreme by pretending to be more normie when I'm presenting content. So if Pisco is aware of that, awesome. If Pisco is sweeping that because it's like deleterious to the case he's trying to make, I would be pissed.
Okay, that's the context.
Agree with what you said. Like, again, it's important.
Was this the last episode? 1.7 million views.
For everyone to acknowledge that Hamas is the result of, you know, Israel's treatment of the Palestinians. And it's just, you're right. If you, I think it's obvious, but I guess.
Wait. So is he saying that he agrees that Hamas is the result of?
Requires you to treat Palestinians with dignity, are still the Palestinians, not Hamas. And there's no way to effectively neuter or destroy Hamas with an endless bombing campaign in Gaza. The only way to destroy the influence that Hamas has is by starving it out. And I don't mean literally by starving the entire Gaza Strip. Starving Hamas and ridding it of its influence requires you to treat Palestinians with dignity and offer them equality and follow through on the former promises that the international community has made.
Okay, he might be hiding power level here. But what I'm hearing here is that I think it's implied that an objective here is to take Hamas's power away, and that the way to do that is X, Y, or Z. But again, that's just out of context of the broader set of beliefs, just in context of here.
And turned a blind eye to Israel not following their commitments on.
Fully agree with what you said.
Totally agree. Okay, so Ethan is expressing agreement with that sentiment. The sentiment being that the way to end.
Direful Bot says, one thinks you would approach these conversations with more humility, considering how often you get by God by Pisco. You misspelled, you dumbass. You misspelled, you idiot. Direful Pot, you tool. You had a spelling mistake here. As a matter of fact, let me pull it up. I'm going to pull it up on a chat. Let me read it again so everybody can know how stupid you are. One thinks you would approach these conversations with more humility, considering how often you get by God Pisco. What an idiot. You misspoke, you dumbass.
Hamas is to make right by the Palestinian people and deprive them of the kind of fuel, the ideological fuel perhaps, or the fuel that only oppression might bring about. So there's an agreement here.
Said, like, again, it's important for everyone to acknowledge that Hamas is the result of, you know, Israel's treatment of the Palestinians.
Direful Pot says, I'm in the shower and pissing you off. Gross. Why are you pissing on yourself? Listen, I'm all about peeing in the shower, bro, but like, you know, aim for the drain. Don't piss on your own leg. That's gross. Direful. Number one, doesn't know how to spell. Number two, pissing on himself in the shower. Weird. Cosner says, Israel's the reason for Hamas' existence. Is it a bullshit argument? Okay. So what I would say is there's a certain geopolitical reality that the creation of the state of Israel, likely no matter what the organization was called, would spark a militia, terrorist, self-defense force that would be violently attacking Israel. I think that's probably true. However, I think what's morally loaded into that argument is the fact that what spawns jihadist terrorism is exclusively foreign intervention. So Israel creates Hamas. America creates Al-Qaeda. America, it reinforces the Taliban. I'm trying to think of like who else, what like ISIS is created by the power vacuum in Iraq, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, the problem with that, of course, is if you look at the history of like, I don't know, the caliphates, there have been plenty of Muslim holy warriors throughout all of history. So not only was Arabia conquered militarily, but North Africa was conquered militarily. Spain was conquered militarily. Portugal was conquered militarily. Central and southern France was conquered militarily. Laugh my ass off. All I'm saying is that I know you will have a very different energy when you talk to Pisco. It will go from yapping hyena to a mewling kitten. Oh, okay. Listen, man, if you wanted to have like a single shit post and then, fuck off, that would have been fine. But if you're just going to keep yapping, I don't want to distract my entire shit for you. So fuck off. So keep listening, but you can't engage in chat, Direful Pot. Eat a wiener. You misspelled. You're an idiot. Okay. Anyways. So the point is that jihadist terrorism, or jihadism in general, being a Muslim holy warrior, pre-exists jihadist terrorism. And so as a result, pretending that any kind of organized Islamic violence, Muslim violence, is solely rooted in foreign intervention is ahistorical and arslerd. Okay, moving on.
So Ethan here agrees that Hamas is at least causally related to Israel's treatment of Palestinians. So there's an agreement here.
And it's just, you're right. If you, and I think it's obvious, but I guess people don't want to confront it, but the obvious solution.
He says it's obvious, and the obvious solution
is to don't give them a reason to turn to terrorists.
Okay.
Pretty obvious. But there it is. Here's Marco Rubio. There can be no ceasefire, negotiated solutions, or peaceful coexistence with depraved barbarians who murder teenage girls, children, the elderly, and then dump them in the streets of Gaza so bloodthirsty crowds can desecrate their bodies. Hamas must be eradicated, and Israel must respond disproportionately, in all caps, to this and any future text from them. I mean, what he's doing here is like the Hamas murderers are 1000% barbarians who murdered children, teenage girls, which specifically he has a problem with. He goes, who murdered teenage girls. What about teenage boys? We don't care about them. Just like, it's a weird focus. Right? Anytime.
Also true, like weird.
Anytime you call out teenage girls, and in any context, I'm going to raise an eyebrow.
Hard drive.
He just likes them,
Yeah, by the way,
but to finish my point, he was saying he's conflating Hamas, who are bloodthirsty murderers, to justify killing Palestinians.
This is right after October. Ethan, I think credit to him, is recognizing that the crimes of the group of Hamas don't necessarily extend to root and stem the Palestinians.
Disproportionately. And again, like, I don't know if they, like the videos that I saw that made me emotional before of the Palestinian dad, with his daughter, holding her like this, like she was like gray and fucking dead, like an 8-month-old baby, like a beautiful newborn, innocent, beautiful child. Like, I don't know if he's this man. I don't know if Marco Rubio has ever seen anything like that, or if it would change him. But I can't imagine that seeing that would not have an impact on these fucking ghouls to see what they're actually wishing for.
It might not be impactful for Marco Rubio, but it certainly would be impactful for many people who are completely oblivious to what's going on, which is precisely the reason why that never gets any coverage. This isn't to say that like Israeli civilian casualties are.
He's referencing Palestinian babies being killed, right? This is Palestinian babies.
Before of the Palestinian dad, with his daughter.
Okay, I missed that. Yeah. So they're criticizing. This is Ethan, right? And maybe there's missing context from before, but this is Ethan criticizing the overly hawkish attitude of Marco Rubio in light of the Palestinian baby.
Holding her like this, like she was like gray and fucking dead, like an 8-month-old baby, like a beautiful newborn, innocent, beautiful child. Like, I don't know if he's this man. I don't know if Marco Rubio has ever seen anything like that, or if it would change him. But
I think Ethan's being very reasonable here.
I can't imagine that seeing that would not have an impact on these fucking ghouls to see what they're actually wishing for.
It might not be impactful for Marco Rubio, but it certainly would.
Hey, be careful talking mods. All right, motherfucker. Wait, did I get the wrong person? My bad. Wrong person. Be careful. All right.
Be impactful for many people who are completely oblivious to what's going on, which is precisely.
And here's Hasan agreeing.
The reason why that never gets any coverage. This is
that the Palestinian suffering doesn't get coverage.
To say that like Israeli civilian casualties are acceptable or good. It's just that there is coverage.
So this is not to say. Okay, hang on. This is not to say
casualties are never gets any coverage. This isn't to say that like Israeli civilian casualties are acceptable or good. It's just that there is coverage on that endlessly.
This is the kind of unequal coverage thing. It's not to say that they're good.
understandably, and never any coverage on the humanity of Gazans. I've talked about another aspect of this too. We in the Western world live in the comfort of the imperial core, and we live in a comfortable
What the fuck does that mean?
security blanket. So for us,
I know what that means. But
if we live,
Okay. I'm going to summarize real quick just because they have moved through a few bullet points. Unfortunately, Pisco should get a notebook. Now that I've developed the perfect notebook, system in order to allow the content to flow instead of pausing every 5 seconds. Now I'm going to start criticizing other content creators who pause every 30 seconds. Okay. So Hamas is the result of Israel's treatment of Palestinians. I've already said that I think that's geopolitically correct, but I do think that to assign that all of jihadism, all of Muslim military action is solely predicated on exterior intervention is bullshit. Starving them out, we should starve out Hamas politically and socially by treating the Palestinians with dignity. Now, I think we're going to have different definitions about that because Hasan is going to think that the state of Israel should be abolished and it should be a Muslim majority, singular, secular, democratic republic that represents all citizens equally. Whereas I'm going to say that's not politically feasible. Therefore, it should be a two-state solution. But then Ethan Klein says, well, the solution to starving out Hamas's political will is through treating Palestinians well. I think that's entirely possible. But I do want to make the point that military force can resolve conflict. Okay. Hey, Connor, if you get a notepad, can you put them on the screen and then go through them? No, absolutely not. Because like I said, if I put it digitally, then what's going to happen is I'm going to get distracted by digital shit. And then when I get distracted by digital shit, I'm just going to start yapping and being disorganized. And we're going to go back to the shitty way that I used to do content yesterday. the shitty way I did content Thursday of last week. So no, I think this is a market improvement. I think staying on topic and using notes is great. And I want to do this as long as it makes the content better. So anyways, Hamas are murderers of children and teenage girls. Okay. Listen, man. To me, this is just true. And so whenever I hear people saying Hamas is a product of Israeli they're a creation of the Israelis. What I hear is and maybe this is by inference, but I hear the murdered children and the murdered teenage girls and boys are Israel's fault. Because the truth is, if Israel wasn't treating the Palestinians so poorly, then predictably, the Palestinians wouldn't engage in terrorism. And if they didn't engage in terrorism, then we'd have less murdered Israeli children and teenagers. But I think that's horseshit. Okay? Because why don't we just justify everything that way? Right? Why don't we just say, the reason why we bombed Dresden was because Germany was bombing England. It's descriptively true, but the reason why Dresden got bombed was because of the air campaign in England. That's true. But we recognize that America had the power in order to target people in a specific way. And as a result, we targeted civilians in a pretty fucked up way. We used incendiary bombs on a windy night in order to burn a city of 200,000 or 300,000 people to death. People went into retention ditches and agricultural canals to escape the flames, but there was so little oxygen that they asphyxiated and boiled while they were in water. Okay? You understand how wild that is? And I could go back and be like, that's Germany's fault. And to some degree, I agree. But at the same time, we could still criticize the tactics used in order to reduce harm. Right? Grassroots with 10. Thank you, King. My political ideology is accelerationist gooberism. Well, I have good news for you. I am naturally a goober, so I will help out with that. Oh my God, there's never been a worse time super chat. No, it was based. It was perfect timing. Wowman says the reason I want to bully Pisco is because the last lawyer I met IRL was a douche. Well, I think most lawyers are vampiric monsters. So I don't have a high estimation of their profession. Anyways, let's get back to the content, though. Dead baby Palestinians make Ethan Klein sympathetic to the Palestinians, and he wants an end to the conflict. I agree with that. Okay? I agree that seeing a Palestinian father holding his dead child and weeping and imagining that that person is going to turn to militancy in order to avenge the death of his child is a decent instinct. However, I also think that that needs to come with an iron will, which is effectively like, we will try to kill as few Palestinian civilians as possible. But every Hamas militant who involved themselves in October 7th, 2023 will be fucking killed remorselessly. We will find every single fucking person who was involved in that terrorist attack, and we will hunt them to the ends of the earth. Now, once again, minimize civilian casualties, minimize dead Palestinian kids. That doesn't mean that there will be no dead Palestinian kids, but it does mean that the people responsible for perpetrating a moral horror should be held accountable to the maximal degree, and leaving them in governance without punishment is not possible. I'm okay with that. I don't know if Ethan Klein would say that. That's what I would say. Hasan Piker admitted that dead Palestinian kids is impactful to Palestinian propaganda. I think that's just descriptively true. And then Hasan Piker, to his credit, I'll give him a minimal amount of credit despite hating his guts. He did say Israeli civilian deaths are not acceptable. Not to say that Israeli civilian deaths are acceptable or good. However, he's criticizing the way that these things are covered. Because, for instance, we had breathless coverage of the hostages who are stuck in Gaza and the few hundred Israelis who were stuck in Gaza. We had breathless coverage about the massacre at the music festival and the paraglider rapist murderer pieces of shit who perpetrated that crime. However, we largely abstracted Palestinian civilian dead to statistics. And I am guilty of that as well. Okay. So I can say really easily, in Palestine, there are 70,000 dead people. 20,000 of them are alleged to be militants. So that means that 50,000 civilians, men, women, and children who were not combatants, have been killed in Israeli operations in Palestine. And as a result of blowing up the infrastructure, and as a result of blowing up 80% of the buildings in Palestine, it's estimated that there's going to be an additional 200,000 dead, which is 10% of the Gazan population. So when I say that as a statistic, you just kind of like line up the bodies in your mind. You just kind of go, oh, 200,000 dead. I mean, that's 4 Madison Square Gardens, whatever. Like, we abstract statistics. Whereas when you see a dead infant, you're like, holy shit, that's fucked up, because you make it personal, right? Kazra says, Connor, brother, why are my comments getting deleted? I'm not deleting them, bro. That's Iran. Iran's deleting your shit. So Kay says, you have to be kidding me. We have nonstop coverage of Palestinian deaths for years on TikTok. I'm not on TikTok. So what I was told by my wife and by several more progressive and liberal people that I know is that their Twitter feed and their TikToks were filled with like endless gore coming out of Gaza. And I'm sure Al Jazeera did too. I'm sure a more progressive outlet like MSNBC did as well. I think when they're referencing the news outlets that abstracted Palestinian deaths, number one, they're probably talking about me. They're talking about people like me, but they're also talking about like Fox News. They're also talking about CNN. CNN would probably abstract the civilian deaths. So TikTok won't be covering it anymore. Thanks, Larry Ellison. There you go. There you go. So I will amend my statement, Kay, that on TikTok, Twitter, and progressive media, there was breathless coverage of Palestinian civilian death. I'll amend my statement. Anyways, back to note taking. Let's continue.
Even like Connecticut or Iowa or whatever, of course, we empathize significantly more with Israelis that were attacked by this horde of scary Muslims. Like, of course, we empathize with that on a spiritual level because
he says like horde of scary Muslims, like it wasn't a horde of scary Muslims. I find that interesting.
We can't understand the entire building blocks being removed. It is far too alien for us to comprehend the fear and the reality of that kind of devastation. We look at that and we go, oh, this is just like Baghdad,
I do think that there's listen, you might not agree with some of the assessment here, but there is something about like the nature of bombing
Whoops.
which human beings look at differently. Sam Harris had a really good line on this one time where he was like, we would view differently a person who like went up and just like slit the throat of someone, and we have that visceral kind of example of someone like up close and dirty doing whatever, than the military jobber who dropped like hundreds of payloads over the course of a conflict, which causes death and suffering from like removed almost. And I kind of get that that's what I'm just trying to be good faith here. What he's suggesting is that there's like both because they're scary Muslims, and I think that's true. Israeli society more Western aligned, more understandable, I think, to the cultural sensibilities of Americans, especially like coastal people where there's large Jewish communities, where they're very familiar with such populations, although they're big Muslim communities too, in fairness. So, but even putting that aside, just the bombing deaths in both the numbers and the way they're being killed, they just don't strike at the heart the way it's like small arms, up close and personal, shooting precisely the grandmas at the bus station. And so I don't even disagree with this point here.
Which is an enemy that deserved it in the minds of Americans. So that is,
and then of course the lineage of 9/11 and our conflict in the Middle East for the last 40 years or so, since the Gulf War and maybe even before.
Also, another reason why I think Americans are immediately and unconditionally in support of the Israeli occupation.
Here's Ben Shapiro. I mean, no surprise here.
I don't think that anything incredibly stupid was said there. But okay, here's Ben Shapiro.
Obviously, but still.
Oh, he's been baying for blood nonstop.
I mean, here's a video.
He's been what for blood? Is this baying? Baying is a deep, loud, and prolonged vocalization, a mix of bark and howl.
Baying. Actually, I commend Hasan for using the word baying and Pisco for it out as a great word. It is a great word. I love the word bay. It's oftentimes in violent literature.
Primarily produced by scent hounds to signal they have scented or cornered prey. Baying. Is this what is this? There's some sort of, let me look up baying. What'd you say? Discrimination? Is there any history of the term baying with some kind of bigotry?
Where did Hasan hear that though? Me.
I'm not sure. Animal comparisons by them me don't. Is there anything like specific on like the Judaism front, anti-Semitism? Because like I called those DHS schools the other day rats, and so I just like the animal compare. There's a lot, unfortunately, and I don't think I'm trying to look for like anti-Semitism. He said baying. Baying for blood is an expression. Okay, so we don't have a problem with baying by itself, right?
I don't think that's anti-Semitic at all. I oftentimes I see this used in violent contexts. It's actually a really interesting descriptive word. Kazra says, don't you think you can use massacre in Iran, 40K death as an example for what could have happened if Hamas had a military capability, Hamas trained by IRGC? Yeah, Kazra. Damn, I'm gonna write that down real quick, and I'll address it real quick while we're at it. Shit, I'll address some notes just because you gave me an interesting thing, dude. I don't even think about Iranian dead, man. I don't even think about Iranian dead. You know why? Because it's Muslim on Muslim. I hate to say that. I know you have a friend. I know you have a best friend who was killed in the protests. I know you have a best friend that it probably pained you to hear me say that it's like, oh, it's Muslim on Muslim violence. I don't even conceptualize it, but it's true. Like Westerners, because let me articulate this. I actually think this is important. Okay, let me address the talking points real quick, and then let me address that real quick, Kazra, because that was brilliant. So, horde of scary Muslims. Well, I think Muslim cause jeopardy. Go fuck yourself. Oh my god, Fell Runner, you're gonna burn in hell for that one. You're gonna burn in hell for that one. So, horde of scary Muslims. Well, when you have a few hundred dudes or a few thousand dudes with AK-47s and machetes and knives, and they come across a border and they just start massacring everyone, regardless of whether or not they're men, women, or children, regardless of whether or not they're combatants or whether or not they're civilians. I would say that captures Horde of Scary Muslims. So when Hasan Piker says it, I think that he's trying to imply that that is a racist and unnuanced perception of the operations of October 7, 2023. But when it's descriptively accurate, I don't give a shit, okay? And then what Kay said is that the abstraction of civilian casualties just happens in war. I think you're trying to say that it happens as a process, that civilians are just, killed in war, and that's kind of natural, but also the dehumanization and abstraction process is also natural. I agree with you. I participate in that all the time, especially with the war on terror. If I start thinking about the hundreds of thousands, because I think the low ball estimate for the war in Iraq was around 200,000 Iraqis. So if I say, oh, well, it was Shia killing Sunni and they didn't understand each other, and it was a sectarian conflict fighting over power, and they have this whole mix of authoritarianism and terrorism and jihadism and this, that, the other, ultimately, what are you going to do? But the reason why I kind of abstract it and dismiss it is because those people are not like me. Therefore, I don't have to worry about that kind of violence, right? Whereas if I actually watch a young Syrian man who's 17 years old, which I did see this, if I watch a SDF, so hold on, no, it was Syrian Democratic Forces, an SDF 17-year-old, okay? So he's a teenager in the Syrian civil war. And then there's GoPro footage from pro-government forces who took a town. I forget what town. It could have been Aleppo for all I know. They take a town of Aleppo and they captured a 17-year-old guy who was fighting for the SDF. And then they make fun of him and kick him and beat him. And you can see the 17-year-old trying to be brave. He's trying to tell himself, I'm a soldier. I'm captured. I don't know what's going to happen to me, but I don't want to cry, but I'm obviously terrified. There's probably an internal narrative of what that 17-year-old is a kid, but he's trying to be brave because he's also a soldier. And then while he's being kicked and made fun of, eventually they just get tired of playing with him, like a cat plays with a mouse that it's going to kill before it kills it. And then they just gun him to death. And if I think about, well, that guy's a human, he's just like me, he's just a casualty stat in the Syrian civil war, which is 500,000 dead, but he thought he was doing the right thing, fought for the side that he thought was correct. He died in a horrible way, and he had all these virtues that I find admirable in a human being. Then that obviously affects me way more psychologically than being dismissive about casualty stats, right? So anyways, so Pisco correctly, and I'm sorry that this is such a doomer segment, but it's just true. We do conceptualize aerial bombardment and collateral damage differently than we do throat slitting. But this is where I think that this is straight up different to me. It's a different moral analysis. So an individual with small arms intentionally shooting another combatant, hey, that happens in war. Them getting into a gunfight and then accidentally hitting women and children, that happens in war. But him finding non-combatant men, finding women and finding children, and then intentionally massacring them, we have prohibitions in the Western world against that conduct. And we viewed that conduct as largely immoral, throughout the medieval era. Now, it happened in the medieval era. Sacks of cities and the rapes of women and the murders of women and children and the enslavement of women and children and the slaughter of non-combatant men. That absolutely happened in the medieval era, but we viewed that as barbaric and not worthy of the dignity of a warrior, right? Fatsimo says, all right, see ya, going to cope. Going to cope about what? What the fuck are you talking about, Fatsimo? Why are you such a dick, too? Like randomly, you'll just be like, meh, coping about it. What the fuck are you talking about? But anyways, but when it comes to the reason why the Muslim horde was so vilified in public media is because we saw the Muslim horde, quote unquote, go into Gaza. Not only did they murder tons of people, they also dragged their corpses back to Gaza, and then they paraded said corpses and they like held them up like trophies. Like the way that a redneck hunter holds up like a deer's head with antlers is the way that that German chick from the dance festival, that's the way that she was held up. They grabbed her dreadlocks of her corpse with her legs like broken in the wrong directions, and they held up her dead body as if she was a hunting trophy. And so that's where it's like, we're not the same. You're not on my team. I don't sympathize with you. Anybody who participated in that, anybody who spit on her corpse, anybody who was like throwing rocks at the corpses of dead Israelis, anybody that was cheering like that, the IDF, as far as I'm concerned, they have my fucking blessing to hunt those people down to the ends of the earth. Because they're not on my team. They're not a part of my civilization. You can say that they're a product of their environment. They can be a product of their environment in the fucking dirt. Okay? So, anyways, Kazra said something, and I wanted to extrapolate it real quick before we get back into the content. Kazra says, 40,000 dead in Iran, you know, world doesn't blink an eye. I don't even know if Kazra said, like, you don't blink or whatever. Well, but I would say, Kazra, you are right. I am pained by your pain because you're a community member and you speak English well enough in order for us to communicate in a way that we understand each other. And therefore, when you say that one of your best friends was killed in the protest, that hurts me because I know how painful it is to lose a friend. But when I look at the geopolitical situation and when I look at effectively the 79 revolution resulting in an anti-Western government, resulting in a government that's hostile to the state of Israel, a government that sponsors terrorism, that also brutalizes its own people, it's hard for me not to say, oh, well, you guys put those people in power. You put Islamic theocrats in power. They're authoritarian. You've had 40 to 50 years to overthrow them. You haven't. And now a runaway authoritarian government, whenever you try to, progress your society, they brutalize you. So then I just kind of go, I go, oh, that's the Middle East being the Middle East. It'll happen in 5 years. And then same thing with Russia. I hate to say it with Russia too, but with Russia, I don't think about an entire generation of lost men of 500,000 Russian dead. I go, Russia's invading its neighbor and they're liquidating their own youthful population for a geopolitical goal that doesn't even seem that relevant. What a stupid way to waste human lives. But then I go, well, Russia's been wasting human lives for centuries, so fuck them. So anyways, all I'm trying to do, and I'm sorry for yapping for 5 to 10 minutes to communicate those points. That doesn't feel as effective as the bullet point system that I has previously. All I'm trying to do is I'm trying to articulate the moral difference between collateral damage and intentional maiming of civilians. And then I'm also trying to articulate that all of us, and I include myself in the term all of us, we extrapolate casualties. What is it? It's a quote from Stalin. I don't think it's actually Stalin, but it's like a single death is a tragedy. 1 million deaths is a statistic. I think we're all guilty of that. But anyways, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Let's keep going.
Bane. Unless someone can produce something other that there's like a specific connotation of Bane, I'm just gonna assume that that's like I don't use it, but if there is, yeah.
Special reporter for human rights in Palestine. We are horrified by what's happening, and we are calling for a truce. And here's a...
Sorry, I missed a $20 super chat. Grassroots says I have far more in common to Kaz than I do with the populace, regardless of where they happen to be born, but I'd rather have the populace be born further afield. True. Inside every Iranian is a patriotic American crawling to get out. True.
Video of, Gaza being bombed by missiles, and then Ben and his infinite empathy and human nature.
So criticizing Ben for not sufficiently considering the lives of Palestinians. Okay, so Ethan, again, reasonable.
Told them that they can fuck right off. And like, this is such, all these people, but looking at Ben, I mean, it's such a lack of human empathy. It's
okay.
It's like, it's just fucking evil, man. But there it is. That's Banny Boy. And
okay, so far, this is making me very sympathetic to Ethan.
One more. Again, no surprises here, but
I'm gonna fast forward 5 to 10, not because I don't think that there's other good content here, but I want to get into the part. I want to get into baby settlers, bro. Where's baby settlers at? Oh shit! Hold on. There's a timestamp again. He skipped over that timestamp. I want to see it again.
Solution.
It is not a viable solution.
Connor says, doesn't every single thing you just said about Russia also map onto Israel perfectly? What? That they're invaders and I don't give a shit about their casualties? I guess. But also, like, Israel is winning. So I don't think Israel gives a shit about their own casualties. You know what I'm saying? Like what have they lost? Like 1,000 people? That they've lost, like, I don't know, 3,000 people over a war over the past 3 years, and they've killed 70,000, arguably 20,000 combatants. They're invading their neighbors for a pointless political goal at the cost of their youth. No, they're not. 3,000 dead 3,000 dead compared to 500,000 dead. You're off by a factor of 100. And not just that, they're militarily succeeding. Their annexation in the West Bank and Gaza could easily succeed. I'm not saying it's immoral. I'm saying, like, if Russia was able to seize Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea, and they had minimal casualties, and they were able to impose maximal casualties on the other side, then that could be viewed as, like, geopolitically self-interested. Not a moral analysis, but like a geopolitical cost that makes sense. Yeah, you're just measuring victory by dead bodies. Relatively speaking, yeah. But I would say that Russia killing 500,000 people in order to get Donetsk, Luhansk, and Sevastopol is fucking crazy. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways. All right. Sorry for the confusion. My apologies.
See, if he had said, and it's not a viable solution, therefore it's evil.
Oh, hold on. This is it. I think this is Settler Babies. I'm gonna rewind a little bit. Because this is the extrapolation that actually I think is the thrust of the content.
I think that he's responding to the base things. I don't think he's saying based there, right? Do we think he's saying based?
First is,
and the take in the comments is based.
The 9, yeah, of course. The 9,
of course. He's
oh shit! No. We need this. We need this content. We need this content. I'm happy that Pisco didn't ignore it. Shit. How do I? Sure, here.
Now becoming, and I view this, by the way, honestly, sometimes pro-Israel people do this kind of thing where, what's Israel supposed to do? Why would Israel want to do that, right? And I see the same exact kind of thing here, which is like, now it's even just personalized to an individual. Well, given his view, it makes sense at X, Y, Z. But unlike the kind of normative takes that he was giving regarding those other people, and maybe this is important context or something, but like what? Oh yeah, given his take on American intervention, of course he would be more ruthless or something. But okay, thanks for the obvious.
His position on the matter, considering how he feels about American forces and what they've done to his.
This I'm pretty sure is all second thought.
No, the one who said.
No, I know. I know. Yeah. Here.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news?
So wait, who's talking there?
That's Hakim.
Okay, so second thought.
Hakim is a psychotic Iraqi. Psychotic. Total piece of shit. I actually would not be surprised if Hakim was Sunni. And if like part of the reason why he had the geopolitical analysis, I would not be surprised if he was like a Sunni socialist. And the reason why he hated the American occupation of Iraq was not because of the actual deaths, but because it like precluded people from him, like him, from having power in Iraq. Hakim has said some of the most sociopathic, fucked up shit I've ever heard about the Iraq conflict.
That's the one who says, I don't care, and laughs.
Wait, say it.
I don't care.
No, that's Hakim.
I don't.
That's the accent.
Yeah, that's Hakim. Second thought is an American.
So second thought is the guy who's asking the question.
No, Hakim is the one who read it.
It's the same guy this whole time.
From chat. It's a super chat.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah. Well, anyway, he agrees with him, so let's just fucking listen
go
to
on.
the clip.
The occupiers are not
civilians. That is what
the occupiers are not civilians. I mean, that's just like false, right? I mean, like occupiers, you could be an occupier and a civilian.
Oh no, we're into the meat now, boys. We're into the meat now. Do you think Hasan is going to do you think he's going to pipe up and he's going to say, no guys, like the moral difference between a civilian and a combatant is incredibly important, and so as a result I really don't like the the blasé attitude that you're taking towards Israeli civilian deaths. Do you think Hasan is going to soy out and that's what he's going to say? He's going to say, "Oh, guys, the dehumanization of Israeli civilians is so bad. I really don't like it." I can't wait for him to say that. Let's see. Let's see if Hasan says that.
I think it just is failure to understand the term, right? Now, maybe you say that attacks against civilians are justified. That's just the case.
What it comes down to, like, if imagine, like, if Germany, let's say Germany, to be non,
that's him, right?
I think, yeah,
yeah,
I think so.
controversial.
And not that it matters.
United States, and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's blatantly false. But they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. That is, there are no civilians there. And
okay. All right, hold on, writing this down. There's no civilians there. Okay, so second thought has no distinctions between civilians and combatants. He says that Jews have no claim to the state of Israel. And then he also says that occupiers can't be civilians. Yeah, the baby combat regiment. Yes. So this is the moral inferential logic. So I got to see, number one, how Hasan reacts. Number two, I got to see how Pisco reacts to how Hasan reacts. So hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right here.
There are no civilians. Hang on. Inside 67, right?
You take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. That is, there are no civilians there. And
so according to second thought, he says that every Israeli is an occupier, and there are no citizens there. In response,
that's how I understand it.
Wants to decapitate.
There are two different schools of thought here. So the first is,
and the taking the comments is based.
Lock in, everybody, lock in.
Okay.
Based.
Yeah, of course. The 1948ers.
I think that he's responding to the base things. I don't think he's saying based there, right? Do we think he's saying based?
First is,
and the taking the comments is based.
Yeah, of course.
Is he like, yeah, of course they that? I don't necessarily interpret that as him saying it's based.
1948ers believe
they believe all of it is illegitimate.
There's two different schools of thought within, I would say, anti-Zionism. Those who believe that all matter of settlements that were propped up even in the inception.
So I think so far, people might be getting the wrong weaselness, right? I think the weaselness here is removing his normative view so far, right? Maybe there's more. But so far, he is giving these kind of descriptive claims and analyzing like different schools of thought. But so far, I haven't like identified something incorrect he said. But there's definitely weaselness. And I think the weaselness is so far, right? And there might be more, refusing to comment normatively on it after commenting, quite openly about like Shapiro, these other people, right?
Of the Israeli nation state are unjustifiable, and that they are settlers. So they extend beyond your perspective that you agree with, which is because West Bank is a settler occupation.
I think it's an extremely evil thing to say.
Okay, so now Ethan is pressing the issue, and he's asking for a normative assessment from Hasan. I think this is an evil thing to say, and I agree that it is an evil thing to say.
He said.
Let me ask you this.
No. What do you think? What he said is
all right. Weasel
is evil.
I think it is, one, unproductive, and two,
unproductive isn't what you were asked. So this is a dodge. This is like when you say, all
right, let's go. Pisco's recognizing the bullshit. Okay, good.
Should you have endorsed Kamala? Well, Kamala didn't deserve my vote or something, right? It's the same kind of dodge. Only here he's pressing you, and you're just like, you're just dodging.
Let me ask you this.
No. What do you think? What he said is evil?
I think it is, one, unproductive, and two, it does not meet the realities on the ground, and it's not.
Oh, that's weasel.
Not a viable solution.
It is not a viable solution. See, if he had said, and it's not a viable solution, therefore it's evil, I would be like, okay, he answered it in a kind of whatever tone, but this is a pure dodge. It's a pure dodge.
Yeah, dude, he's oh man. See, this is why I'm happy I'm checking out this content, because the clip absolutely implies something else. I thought I was going to come in here and Pisco was going to, have a, industrial sized warehouse broom, and he was just going to be shoving dirt off to the side, because I'm not going to lie, the 10 or 20 minutes that I watched of his Kyle Kalinske coverage, I felt like he was doing that. But let's summarize this real quick. I have my bullet points and I want to summarize what we've engaged with for the past 5 minutes. So Second Thought and Hakeem have said the occupiers cannot be civilians. Jews, by inference, don't have a claim to Israel. There's no civilians in Israel. Now, what Hasan has said is that there's two schools of thought, and he kind of identified them probably loosely. I wouldn't hold them to this because I don't think he articulated everything that he wanted to say. But he said the 48ers, so people who believe that Israel gained its independence in 1948, they believe that the entire nation state of Israel is illegitimate. Okay? So it's entirely illegitimate. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. 48, there's no civilians, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The entire nation state of Israel is a criminal enterprise, according to 1948ers. Then he's saying that they're different than you, that they are West Bankers. Okay. And West Bankers are saying, no. 48 was a war of independence. There were geopolitical realities that forced Israelis into Israel from Europe and from the Middle East and North Africa. And so the Nakba and the reverse Nakba and all this kind of stuff, those were bad, but they were necessary for the Jews to secure their homeland. And then after that, the expansions into the West Bank and the Gaza, those are what's immoral, because you're taking Palestinian people who were settled after the wars of 48 and 56 and 67 and 73, and you're encroaching on their territory intentionally in order to push them out of the territory. And so I think Hasan, correctly, incorrectly, who gives a shit, but he's saying that effectively the two schools of thought are West Bankers, anti-Zionist, and 48ers, anti-Zionist. I'm sure there's another dozen anti-Zionist schools of thought, but those are the two that he identified. Now, what he said, which I really appreciate Pisco actually calling out the bullshit, is evil. I don't know normative, descriptive. I don't know the difference in these terms. Somebody could explain it to me. I don't know. I don't give a shit. But you're asking evil, and I define evil in a specific way. I think evil is bad, but not only is it bad, it's bad. Okay? So if a lion eats a baby gazelle, that's bad. We don't want baby gazelle to be eaten, but we don't call the lion evil because it's doing something that's necessary to survive. Whereas if I killed a dolphin, a baby dolphin for fun as a trophy, I just love murdering dolphins. Well, not only do I have the sapient and cognitive capacity to know that that's bad, but then I'm overruling the moral judgment of my society to go murder the infant of another species for entertainment, sport, and maybe a little bit of food, right? And so as a result, that's like a moral judgment. Whereas what Hasan has done is he's refused to make a moral judgment, and he has instead said that's unproductive, meaning that he's not gonna call the 48ers evil. He's going to call the 48ers unproductive because he doesn't think that they're going to achieve what they want. And it doesn't meet the realities on the ground or produce viable solutions. He has refused to make a moral judgment. And to Pisco's credit, he's called that out. I'm gonna let it flow. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I'm going to keep taking notes because I am enjoying this a lot.
100% pure Dutch.
So calling, just to be clear, calling babies.
No, of course not.
Settlers.
Of course not.
Of course.
And they're not even living.
They're not.
Okay,
yeah, they're babies.
So I just want to say.
But he's not saying it's good to kill babies.
I just want to say that this guy's a fucking evil piece of shit for saying that.
Can I ask you a question?
Can I finish? Let me finish.
Okay, so how he responded to the baby thing so far makes me think he's not justifying the killing of babies.
Okay, we'll finish this, but I have a question for you because I think you're going to agree with something.
Shapingro says, just curious, does this exclude the banality of evil since it's not purposeful or conscious? No. I think the concept of the banality of evil, which means that like what evil is mundane, it's oftentimes not extraordinary. I think that has to do with things like chattel slavery, for instance. So plenty of people justified chattel slavery in the United States of America in the 19th century. But it was like an obvious evil to a lot of people. Even contemporaries thought that it was evil. And so, you know, the banality of evil is just kind of like sometimes evil is routine. I just think that badness and evil are just two different categories in my mind. And maybe this is cope on my end. So for instance, a Confederate who fights, who is raised in the South, raised with Confederate propaganda, told that the Bible justifies slavery, and the unionists have violated the Constitution of the United States by not letting the South secede. And so as a result, he needs to join General Lee's army and fight for the South and fight for his homeland and fight for slavery. If he actually can line up a moral argument from spot to spot to spot to spot, then I wouldn't view that person as evil. The same way that I wouldn't view like a German soldier in World War II who was on the front lines as evil. Whereas I would like an SS officer who is like shooting people in the back of the head every single day, and he has to like get drunk in order to cope with the fact, because this happened with the reserve police battalions in Poland. They had to like get wasted every single day in order to shoot people in the back of the head every single day. They had to ignore their own conscience. They had to override their conscience in order to participate in the Holocaust. And so for me, I would call a normie German soldier who doesn't see the Holocaust, but he's fighting for Germany, as bad, but not evil. I would see the Confederate soldier fighting for the South, but not really participating in chattel slavery himself, as bad, but not evil. Whereas I would view the people who like rape their slaves and beat their slaves to death and all that kind of shit. And I would view the SS officer who has to get wasted every single day so he can shoot civilians in the back of the head because they're overriding their moral judgment. I would view that as evil. Sapien Green says, if you were born in the 1800s, why wouldn't you think slavery was normal? Slavery has existed since the dawn of man and still exists in the world today. Sapien Green, I think unironically, that's my point, is that I would view people who have a moral calculus that tells them what they're doing is correct, and they just do it, is bad. And then I think people who have to override their moral consciousness in order to do something bad is evil. That's kind of why I'm making the distinction. Cosner says, Connor, what I wanted to communicate was that Israel watches what happened in Iran and understand that if they give up their destiny, there would be the real genocide. That Israel watches what happened in Iran and understand that if they give up their destiny, there would be a real genocide. Oh, sure. I mean, if what you're saying is if Israel just like disarmed, that they could count on being enslaved, second-class citizens in their own state, like mass murders to the tunes of tens of thousands of people. Yeah, I think that's why Israel fights, is because they know that their fate, if they were just to surrender to their neighbors backed by Iranian Republican Guard forces, then yeah, they're not going to tolerate that, obviously. Kazra says Israel is ethnically cleansing to not get genocided, and they have proof. Yeah, maybe. But they also have like the military capacity to defend their borders without ethnically cleansing. So, not ethnically cleansing people is based. All right, back to the content. I interrupted my own flow. Stop it. Stop it. You guys are interrupting my VOD flow. I discovered something beautiful today, which is the note system, which keeps me on topic and actually reviewing the content that I'm reviewing instead of constantly getting one guy by chat. And yet you guys, through your insistence on parasocial engagement, which is a huge part of live streaming, but through your insistence, you are distracting me. But I love you for it. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats. If you got a memberships, if you got them, my parasocial, love you. Thank you for being here.
I'm about to say.
Yes. Let's just finish it and then we'll talk.
Invaded the United States, and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's blatantly false. But they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. That is, there are no civilians there in the illegal military occupation.
Yeah. So that's number one.
I mean, that's so callous. It's kind of hard to fucking even believe just how flippant he can be about calling babies militants that are deserving to be killed.
Very beautifully put. Number two, much more importantly, the track record of Palestinians has been 1,000 times better than that of the Israeli occupation, despite the fact that Israeli occupation does not need to brutalize. They already have all the power, but they still choose to do far, 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 far worse. The worst that will happen to a person in Palestinian custody is that they're going to be like auctioned off for a prisoner swap, which is the historic track record also.
And of course,
he's not wrong about this. This is the original goal for the
again here. The weaselness is in terms of the goal here. In terms of the frame of analysis. The frame of analysis is descriptive. It's not normative. That's the dodge. It's the same problem this entire is unwillingness to address the issue and to just get into this like, yeah, that is what they do. Yes, this is the fucking what the historical pattern has been, as opposed to give a normative take.
Military, the excursion, at least if you believe.
I'm not exactly having.
Okay, so interruption, and I understand the frustration here actually because he's just dodging the normative issue, and so I would be frustrated as well. So I think that Ethan is.
Shapingro says, I like to know what you mean. Sorry for distracting. No apologies needed, Shapingro. I genuinely love interacting with my chat. Matter of fact, sorry for that weird breath sound. But matter of fact, one of the disadvantages of this is I don't get to meme with you guys as much. But I'm going to try to figure out the balance between sticking to the topic, addressing topics, making better VOD videos, and also engaging with chat because I have a fun time, man. And I appreciate your guys' viewership and I appreciate your financial support. So no, never apologize for trying to distract me. I'm mostly shit posting.
Perfectly justified to feel frustrated, especially because they were both, and Ethan was willing to, I think, to his credit, in the aftermath, days after October 7th, give a totally sane and throat-clearing condemning of Marco Rubio and of Charlie Kirk and all this shit. And so I would also be frustrated.
A ton of faith in the dudes that decapitated babies to treating their POWs really well.
Well,
I think that's kind of a psychotic take too, where it's like it's like, why are you trying to give Hamas the benefit of the doubt on this one? You know, being like, oh, they treat their prisoners fucking awesome.
Yeah. Well, just to be clear, Hasan didn't just say that. Hasan just said like in general, and that also isn't what was being said in the clip. Now I understand the frustration for sure, but it's not that they'll treat them very well. It's not that we should trust them. It's that is what has happened in the past, and that's what Hasan said. So again,
nah. So I disagree here. Sorry, I'm gonna summarize a few points because this actually is 3 points, but I think they're crucial. So Hamas Palestinians have been, I think he said Palestinians to be clear, but Palestinians have 1,000 better time track record than the IDF in reference to the treatment of prisoners. And Hasan agrees with this. And I think this is where we get statistical versus anecdotal. And what I mean by that is that Israel is a way more powerful force. They detain more people, they incarcerate more people, arguably through the abuses that are alleged in the detention of Palestinians. They therefore have the capacity to brutalize or sodomize way more or sexually humiliate way more Palestinians than the Palestinians have the capacity for. But I think that that's statistical, right? So for instance, the United States government through the incarceral process is one of the most incarceral forces on the planet. I think that at any given time, 1% of the United States is in some law enforcement action. They're either actually physically incarcerated, or they're on house arrest, or they're on probation, or they're on parole. I think like 1% of the United States is actually, and it's the largest incarcerated population on the planet. 1% of the United States population is incarcerated. And so as a result, 3 million people by a single powerful entity is way more statistical brutalization of 3 million people than any individual organization is capable of. However, if you compare them to the cartels, if you compare them to, I don't know, the Sinaloa chop people's heads off. They strangle them with shoelaces. They throw their bodies into vats of acid and melt them. The Pozolero guy. They disappear people. They assassinate people. They kidnap people. They do terrorist attacks. They do gun attacks. They do assassinations. They do torture. And so as a result, you know, the Sinaloa cartel has probably killed, tortured, maimed, brutalized, intimidated tens of thousands of people. So on a statistical whole, the Sinaloa cartel actually makes the American government makes the Sinaloa cartel look like nothing, makes it look like piss in the ocean. But if you look at the way that the Sinaloa cartel conducts itself on a much smaller level, they're much more vicious, violent, and brutal. And so that's where, for me, I think that I agree with the statistical description, but I think it's an obfuscation, because Hasan Piker would view sexual abuse or sexual humiliation, which could be as simple as like stripping. Okay, let's say that, I don't know, 50,000 Palestinians are incarcerated by the IDF, and the IDF forces them to strip search them when they get into the thing. If that's considered sexual humiliation, then you would consider that the same category as sexual assault or rape. But if let's say a dozen women were like raped and brutalized on October 7th, 2023, clearly being forcibly raped and murdered is way worse than having to strip search when you're on your way to jail or prison. You know what I'm saying? I hope I've made that clear enough. I did get a couple of donations, though, so I want to read those donations real quick. Chapingro gifted a membership. Thank you, Chapingro. I parasocially love you, and I'm sorry for making you feel that you were distracting me. I want you to distract me. Distract me. It's my job as a streamer to focus on the content. It's your job as a chatter to distract me in a funny and interesting way. Sean Kaplan with the 10 says, after this video, could you walk me through what would you do as leader of our Mexico of country and the Native American... Wait, if Mexico and the Native Americans, October 7th, the USA, also in their governing body as a U.S. should die cult? Yes. Okay, so what should we do? I'm going to write this down. Mexico, U.S. should die cult. Border October 7th. I'll walk you through that. I will. Let's get to the end of the segment and then we'll do that. That's a brilliant question, Sean. Thank you. Fell for 5 says, this may not fit today, but we should watch just a few moments from Ayatollah Khomeini's funeral and the zealotry keeping the regime alive. I will link it. All right. Thanks, Fell. And then I'll write down Fell Khomeini funeral. I can't promise that I'm going to get to that. And honestly, the describing how I would conquer Central America is a little bit more interesting to me, but let's keep it moving.
And not to excuse the normative evilness of the clip and the weaselness not to engage, but I don't think that that's what's being said is to trust Hamas. It's just kind of historical look.
No.
All right, this sounds good. Bud123 says, now my code is running parallelized into 50 processes. It should finish today. Based.
Let's not try to do that.
Okay.
So, but anyway, and that combined with just the callous, the laughter.
Listen, hold on. Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Okay.
And they're laughing
So
about it.
let me pose a question for you.
Go ahead.
So you have said that those in the West Bank are fundamentalist settlers. Are you familiar with the international law surrounding the justifiable forms of violence towards?
So first of all,
terror?
I don't put much.
Let's go. Let's justify baby murder. Let's go.
I don't put any stock, frankly, in whatever these quote international laws are.
Yeah, it's.
Is he representing that it's justified to kill under international law
civilians in certain contexts? Probably. Let him speak. Let him speak. Let him speak. Let's go.
One who's a quote unquote settler? He doesn't say that yet. Maybe that's
yet
what he's suggesting.
But no, I'm not familiar with whatever that says.
Technically, the reason why the IDF has to exist in the West Bank and behave in the oppressive manner that they behave is because Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law, and maybe even if you agree with this, a matter of morality. Palestinians have the legal ground to violently seize back their own homes from the settlers.
What do we think? Do we agree with that? They have the international law, the power to violently seize the homes back from the settlers. I'm not sure. Does international law have a view on that? I mean, pull up the law, Pisco. Google is free. Is the claim that that this is untrue? Not against civilians, obviously.
No. I'm with Hasan. Okay. God, strike me with lightning. I'm with Hasan here. However, I think he's obfuscating. Okay. Yes. Biggin. Yes. But then they mean all of Israel. Yes. Biggin already got to it, man. Okay. Yes. So let's say in the West Bank, there are settlers who settle in a certain town. And then this has happened before, I think, where local Palestinians have said, we don't like you settling here. You're right next to our town. And we basically think that you're trying to encroach. You need to fuck off. And the settlers are like, nah, we're going to be here. And so then eventually what happens is the Palestinians attack the settlers. And so the settlers say, oh, wow, look at all these violent Palestinians who are attacking our settlement. Hey, IDF, we need help. And so the IDF comes and secures the settlement. So not only do they attack anybody who kills the Israeli settlement, but also anybody who does attack and kill any Israeli in the settlements, they forfeit their property. Their family forfeits their property. And so the IDF will go into whatever family had a family member who attacked an Israeli settler. They'll expel them from the property, and then they'll let a Jewish family, an Israeli family, move in. Or they'll just bulldoze it and build a new property, right? And then that's one of the ways that they've expanded into the West Bank and expanded the settlements. So the argument from Hasan Piker is like, well, they don't have the legal right. You are in sovereign Palestinian territory, and you've been expelled from your home without due process. Therefore, you have a moral and legal right in order to go back and take your property, right? That's what he's arguing. But I think the conceit that Big and Gaming points out is, number one, they're referring to all of Israel conceptually under that moral and legal framework. And number two, they're also going to say, oh, well, if the civilians violently resist you, then you can kill them, right? If a settler has a knife or has a gun or they're calling the IDF to attack you, well, then you have the right to violently attack said settlers. But what they're omitting is an infant is incapable of doing that. A child who is not of military age, who doesn't have a weapon, doesn't have the capability of doing that. Female non-combatants don't have the ability to do that. And so as a result, in my opinion, Hasan is not only obfuscating that this moral and legal argument would potentially apply to the entirety of the state of Israel, and therefore expelling all Israelis from that territory would be morally or legally justified, but additionally, that doesn't cover whether or not you can massacre civilians, right? And I think that's what he's sweeping for. So, yeah. Sapien says, as Africa shows us anything, it's that kids can be armed down to a very low age. Sure. But I think we can agree that a 4-year-old armed with a hammer should be treated differently than a 16-year-old with a AK-47 in case of the Palestinians and a Tavor in case of the Israelis, right? Anyways. Yeah, and then Kazra, tell me, you said, like, I've never seen so much savagery. And I think you're saying, have you seen the clips from last night? I'll take a look at it. I won't take a look at it on stream because obviously, like, when you stream violent stuff, oftentimes you get taken down or get hit with the community guideline strike. But I'll take a look at it in my own time. And if there's some insane shit popping off that's visible, then yeah, we could absolutely cover Geopol in reference to that, 100%. Anyways, let's keep moving with the content.
Well, he just mentioned the IDF, right? Or what?
I'm actually going to fast forward a little bit, so hopefully we can get to the thrust. Because I actually probably agree with Hasan more readily, while Pisco wants to research this and find the specific statute that says that if your property is seized by a rival nation state, you have the capacity to expel the rival nation state from your property by force. Whereas I think that's going to be like a more specific thing. Where are the tiers now? Fuck that. He's talking about the IRGC massacres. I gotcha. All right. Anyways.
That's the question.
This is a matter of law and maybe radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law and maybe, even if you agree with this, a matter of morality. Palestinians,
if you agree with this as a matter of morality,
have the
hang on.
Whatever that says.
Technically, the reason why the IDF has to exist in the West Bank and behave in the oppressive manner that they behave is because Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law and maybe, even if you agree with this, a matter of morality.
If you agree with this action, a matter of morality, it's a matter of law, and if you agree with it, meaning the action, a matter of morality. I don't think Hasan here is saying is, if you agree that this is what the law is, therefore it's good. I don't think that's what it said there. I'm just being honest.
Yeah, but I think if you follow up and ask, hey, Hasan, do you think this is legal and this is good? Then what's your perspective on this stuff? So Big in Gaming says, this is like 2 years old. Why is he watching this now? Because a consistent criticism of Pisco has been that he sweeps for far lefties and that Hasan Piker himself is a terrorist apologizing, child killing, justifying piece of shit. And that by sanitizing and steel manning lefties, Pisco himself is detracting from the political efficacy of the left. Okay? That's the argument. So he's actually going back and researching, is Hasan Piker as bad as people say he is? And I appreciate him for creating the content. Grassroots Returns has got to go. Ours is what it gets it done. Love y'all bunches. Thank you, Grassroots. I appreciate you. Thank you for your oils and chips today. Very much appreciated. I couldn't do this without you.
In terms of what I'm hearing,
Palestinians have the legal ground to violently seize back their own homes from the settlers. This is a reality, and that is precisely the reason why they have to exist under endless occupation in the West Bank.
What? And that's why I say, if it was settlers, that would be a lot more understandable. Yeah. But let's not obfuscate. Okay, I understand what you're saying. But this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby.
This is the clip that absolutely got him into trouble. And I do think it's funny because the logic is actually fairly straightforward. I was waiting for this. And I want to see if Hasan amends his statement, clarifies it. I want to see what Pisco says. I want to see what Ethan says, okay? So, matter of law and morality, okay? So, I already agreed with Hasan that you could violently seize back property from which you were illegally expelled. But Big in Gaming pointed out that we're referring to West Bank settlements. He's probably referring, and Second Thought and Hakeem are referring to the entirety of the nation state of Israel. So that's something we already don't agree on. Then not just that, just because you can violently seize a property. So there's two options that I have, okay? Let's say that I'm approaching a house, all right? And I want to violently seize a property. Number one, I can bust out the windows. I can throw hand grenades into every single room. I can walk into every single room, and then I can gun down every human being and living creature that I find inside the house. And that's one way that I can violently seize property. Matter of fact, that's exactly how Hamas conducted itself on October 7, 2023. There's also the way that modern militaries conduct themselves, where you kick in the door, maybe you throw in a flashbang as a stun device. You go in and you exclusively engage armed combatants. So you only shoot at people who have weapons, who are preparing or are prepared to try to kill you. And if you encounter unarmed men, unarmed women, unarmed children, then you are not permitted to engage them unless they present an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. That's another way that you could violently seize property. And what I'll tell you is that what Hasan is hiding in his conceit, unless he otherwise clarifies, is that he is pretending that these are the same things. Walking into a house, throwing grenades into every single room, gunning down everybody, and expelling them, men, women, or children, taking their corpses and dragging them out of the house, and then taking back the property yourself. He has not clarified the nuance between that and going into a property, only killing combatants, and then detaining the non-combatants and then returning them to a repatriated property. So for instance, let's say that Hamas had done that, okay, where on October 7, 2023, they exclusively killed combat-aged males who were armed, who were violently resisting them. They captured everybody else. They seized the territory, and then they sent all of the civilians towards Israel. They said, hey, we got into a fight. This is our territory. We don't agree with each other. This is Palestine now. Fuck off. Start walking that way. The IDF is that way. Realistically, it would still be fucked up, But I wouldn't hate Hamas anywhere near as much as I hate them now, right? Can we understand the moral difference between these two scenarios? Or I'm not going to explain them again, but I hope that it's actually quite clear to you at home that slaughtering everyone in a household and killing exclusively armed, combat-oriented males are two different moral calculations. Giga Impacts is morally, maybe legally, it's still not. Settlers are still civilians under international law. Of course. Big in Gaming says, shall we talk about what they used to do in the old days when it came to conquering lands and babies? No, we shouldn't, because that'll justify Hamas. Infallible, so is an imminent threat just any movement, though? It can be furtive movements, but furtive movements still need to be contextualized. But I'll be real, dude. There was times like, I have friends who are infantry, and they didn't have to use drop guns, but effectively, like, if they accidentally killed somebody because of a furtive movement that ended up being a civilian, they would obviously like drop a radio or drop an AK or drop a pistol on them or something and be like, it was a good shoot. Whoopsie doopsie. This is war. But the only times that there have been like massacres of civilians, weirdly enough, you know about them. It's the Haditha Dam massacre and it's the Robert Bales incident. Those are the two massacres of civilians that I'm aware of in the War on Terror. Big in Gaming says also they did all this, then retreated back to their territory to hide under their civilians, knowing it would get a response. It would have been one thing if they had tried to hold the territory. Correct. Sapien says it's kind of sad that this is the level of political discussion. Killing civilians is bad. Okay. Well, dude, there's unironically people who justify it. They see no moral difference. We got so off track. No, we didn't. This is exactly pertinent. Not Officer Nasty. I understand that I've been yapping for 10 minutes or whatever, but we're not off track at all. I pointed out the level of obfuscation that is concealed within Hasan Piker's statements. So I'm actually ecstatic to see what Hasan Piker and Pisco both say after this moment, because if they eliminate my concerns about obfuscation, I'll be ecstatic. If they don't, then I'll probably stand by my perspective. Can't we just finish the statement though? No, we can't. This is my stream, Officer Nasty. Don't tell me to speed up. I'm already on topic. This is a vast improvement compared to any of the other content that I've made for the entirety rest of my content creation career. This is already better content. I already know it's better content. So no, don't tell me when to go. I go when I want to go.
Settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements,
but the babies that killed were not.
I know.
Okay, so
now that we establish that, no, hold on. Now that we establish that, the other school of thought here is that all matter of Israelis living on Israel.
Was that it?
No, let it go, Pisco.
Proper are they're also doing the exact.
So far, he's not saying that it's good that babies get killed, that he wants babies to be killed. None of that even close.
I would say it's actually quite close, Pisco. This is the clip that got everybody pissed off. This is what got everybody in a tizzy, is that it is quite close, because it feels like the conceit is there are baby settlers, and he's actually saying that there's a school of thought that all civilians are participating in criminality and therefore are capable of being targeted.
Same thing. In the eyes of some, I do not agree with that, because I don't think that that is
hang on.
The exact same thing. They're also doing the exact same thing. In the eyes of some, I do not agree with that, because I don't think that that is a reasonable solution, and it's not.
He doesn't believe it's a reasonable solution.
Realistic anyway, and
it's
that
not
only
realistic.
Will lead to the complete evisceration of Palestinians,
and he doesn't want the complete evisceration of Palestinians.
And
hence, he doesn't want baby settlers to be killed.
Right, Israelis will use that to continuously radicalize just regular Israeli citizens in their endless bombing campaigns and ethnic cleansing campaigns and the brutal occupation. This is why many thinkers, I believe, even including Norm Finkelstein, who has dedicated his.
Yeah, but that's what happened on October 7, 2023. And it seems like he's trying to say, like, oh, well, you have to understand it from Hamas's perspective. You have to understand it from the Palestinians' perspective. You have to understand it from Hamas's perspective. That's why Hasan was accused of sweeping, is because he didn't make the differentiation between killing armed combatants, sparing civilians, and returning civilians to safe areas. He said, oh, yeah, well, under this legalistic framework, you can seize Israeli territory violently. Sorry, I'm just taking notes. And then he didn't make a differentiation for how you should treat combatants versus non-combatants. And then he also said the statement, oh yeah, well, there are baby settlers, and there is a school of thought saying you can massacre all civilians. So yeah, sorry, that does feel a little sweepy. I'm nowhere near as pissed as I was when I saw the clip, but you know, I that does feel sweepy.
Entire life to speaking the truth about.
Wait a second. Baby settlers. Hang on a second. All right. Couple things. First off, as a matter of fact, right? Unless there's some special technical meaning of settler, does anyone here deny that babies can be settlers? What it is?
No. What's in contention is whether or not they are deserving of killing. I know I'm pause-andying and I'm interrupting the flow, but like, no, this is important.
Is to be a settler is to be part of a group that
No. Officer Nasty says, so are we saying making legal arguments is sweeping for the side with legality? No, we're not, Officer Nasty. What we're saying is that even the legal statement that Hasan made, which is that you can violently seize property, does not legally or morally condone the slaughter of civilians. So it feels like you're not paying attention, buddy.
Settles in a place. Am I wrong about that? Who here disagrees with that? Does anyone disagree that there is such a concept as a baby settler? And on what grounds do you disagree with that?
Rob, my favorite Rob, by the way. Rob Go Slow. Rob with a W. Afternoon Grill Hottest lost a soldier today. Benson. He was our pup for 12 years. Be well, boys and girls. I'm saluting Benson, King. Good puppers. Good puppers. I hope he had a beautiful life. Yeah. Officer Nasty says, oh, base, so Hasan doesn't believe in killing baby settlers. Yeah, sure. But he doesn't believe in killing baby settlers, not because he's saying that killing babies is inherently immoral. He doesn't want to kill baby settlers because he thinks it's impractical, because it makes the terrorists unoptical, and therefore Israel can appeal to the brutality of Hamas and say, hey, look at these fucking barbarian monsters. We should go in there and wipe them out. So it's not because of like killing children is immoral, which obviously should be a statement that anybody would be able to make. It's because he thinks that it's a pragmatic issue.
Settler implies an intentionality. Settler implies an intentionality.
Yeah, I think that's silly.
I think the act of settling implies intentionality. I'm not sure that being a settler any more than being an immigrant, right? You can be a baby immigrant, can't you? Or are you saying babies can't be immigrants? I think there's a separate thing. To immigrate is to have an intentionality. But I think the term immigrant or the term settler can refer also to children and people.
Okay, I don't want to spend time watching him cook about the definition of settler and whether or not babies can be settlers. Yes, we agree. Babies can be settlers. Let's see if he sweeps, though.
Is it a coherent statement to say babies are unemployed? Does that statement make sense? And is it correct?
Yes, there are unemployed babies. True. You're right. I agree.
And he says, I don't agree with it. I don't think it's reasonable. I think it will eviscerate the Palestinian people. And I take what something is moral as something that someone ought do, right? What you ought do. And he's saying you ought not do that. So I view that his statement there is saying we ought not kill the babies.
Sure, but due to pragmatism, not because of like inherent moral incorrectness. We're tracking this, right? Most babies are unemployed. Lazy bastards. Yeah, and Officer Nasty, by the way, this is where I feel like you're sweeping for the sweeping, okay? Because the two things that Big and Gaming and I have brought up is that there are schools of thought that believe that all of Israel is illegal, and therefore it is the right of Palestinians to march into Israel and expel Jews from their homes, right? And then number two, we haven't even dealt with the fact that even Hasan says There's another school of thought that believes because Israelis, civilians, are participating in illegal settler occupation, they are valid military targets. And so like babies, the baby settlers, according to a school of thought that Hasan, quote unquote, doesn't subscribe to, are valid military targets. And Hasan he hasn't articulated a disagreement with that based off of morality. He's disagreed with that based off of practicality. Okay. I mean, hey, if we're in 100% alignment, then excellent. You do think that Hasan should be able to say shooting babies, regardless of their immigrant or settling status, is bad. You do agree that Hasan should be able to say that readily and easily, right? If you agree with that statement, then we're in lockstep. You and me, we're butt buddies. No, he mentioned morality, as somebody indicated. You know, he said, you know, you could agree. It's a matter of law, but if you agree so, it's also a matter of morality. He said that. It's not just legality. Don't divorce the two. They are parallel topics. They don't always overlap, but they often overlap.
It means something different when you use the word unemployed to intuition pump something about, I don't even know what that means. Intuition pump something about the baby. It means something different when you use the word unemployment to intuition pump something about the baby.
Hi, Timothy.
I don't even know what you're saying there. It's clear. What do you think he means by baby settler? Settlers of babies. Does anyone doubt that when he says baby settler, he means babies of settlers? What do you think he means other than that? If there's something other than babies of settlers that you think he means by baby settlers, tell me what it is.
Okay. The inference, which I think Pisco's audience might be too stupid to argue, unfortunately. There we go. Sam Law. Okay, Sam Law says this, so I'm going to back it up. So Hasan, by inference, understands that part of the pro-Palestinian movement says that killing all civilians is justified. Okay. Why does he have to specify it? Lol. Because if Stephen articulated this perfectly the other day, I watched his reaction to this clip. It's like, what is it? It's like saying you shouldn't eat a living baby. Okay. And then I say, well, you shouldn't eat a living baby because it's like, it's human, it's sapient, it's sentient, it has a capacity for pain, it's immoral. It's, it's all those reasons. Like, it's just bad. It's just bad to kill infants, right? And then somebody else is like, oh, because it would taste bad. You know, there's no way to properly cook a baby in a way that it tastes good. Even if you take the baby and put it in a bowl of barbecue sauce, it still doesn't taste good. And you're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, there's one person who is clearly morally considering the subject and think that the action is inherently wrong, whereas there's somebody who doesn't want to do the action because of pragmatic concerns. There's clearly a difference here, and one of those people is a fucking psychopath. Yeah. You shouldn't kill and eat babies because it gives you digestive problems, right? Yeah. It's like, have you tried? Are you a cannibal? What are you trying to say here? You know what I'm saying?
It means babies are fair targets for Hamas. Okay. From which perspective? From an ethical perspective or from a legal perspective?
I don't think he's saying legal. I don't think Hasan has made the insinuation that slaughtering civilians is legal. I think he said that it's potentially moral, depending on what school of thought of Palestinian resistance you're in.
Both. In virtue of what do we think that Hasan is saying it's ethical to kill those babies? Because
he's getting one guide. All right, let's see if he gets into the clip a little bit more.
Surrounding the
he said it's not good to target settlers. Okay.
Justifiable forms of violence towards.
So first of all, I don't put.
He brings it up in the context of settlers are fair game legally, right? That's what he's saying. He could be wrong about that. But how this is sold to me is that he wants babies to be killed. That's how it's sold to me. I'm just telling you how it was sold to me. Okay.
Much. I don't put any stock, frankly, in whatever these quote international laws are.
Yeah, it's.
But no, I'm not familiar with whatever that says.
Technically, the reason why the IDF has to exist in the West Bank and behave in the oppressive manner that they behave.
Where's the distance between him passing what is legal through to what is moral? And that they're different things. It could be legal to do a highly immoral thing.
Is because Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law.
As a matter of law, that seems clear. He's saying law there.
And maybe even if you agree with,
maybe even if you agree,
this a matter of morality.
With this, I take this to be not coextensive with the law, right? It's saying if you agree with this law, perhaps at best. I think it means with this policy. But if you mean maybe if you agree with this law, there is some distance. In other words, he's saying it's not necessary that if you believe it's legal, that you believe it's good. I think that's clear, that there's a distinction between those two. Saying maybe it's moral, if you agree with this, a little ambiguous. Maybe you could say, maybe if you agree with this is a reference to a law existing. I doubt it, though. He's just saying it's a matter of law, so he seems quite confident in his position on the law. So I take this to be this policy, or this action, or this statement that we just heard. But either way, it's clear there's a separation between law, morality, that he's recognizing.
Okay, I'm getting one guy a little bit, but I think it's actually good fighting, okay, because it's taken him a while to get through it. So, Connor, I can introduce Instagram account for protest clips, but I don't want you to suffer. I come here to run away from my reality with American problems. Yeah, send it to me on Discord or have somebody else send it to me on Discord. I'll take a look at it. Then, Officer Nasty says, getting flashbacks to cops having to scream at chat over morality, legality over his cops takes dead. I think you're like appealing to a hypocrisy that doesn't exist. So, for instance, I can think that the Renee Good shooting is immoral and legal, and there's no conflict in that answer. Like the legal standard is imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Okay, so that officer standing in front of a vehicle can think that he's an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, pull his pistol, shoot and fire, and he is not going to be incarcerated because what he's doing complies with the law. And yet I can also say that by doing officer caused jeopardy, where he's been dragged by a vehicle before, where he walked around the vehicle twice, where there's a specific policy that says that you're not supposed to walk in front of moving vehicles, that him causing the situation renders it immoral, right? But no, I just think it's funny how much nuance you have over legality, morality takes, but have none for Hasan. Well, the reason why I've articulated this, Officer Nasty, I've articulated this, is that seizing property and killing combatants and expelling non-combatants is probably legal. It's also probably moral. Whereas massacring everybody inside the building is probably illegal and immoral. But Hasan is saying that there is a segment of the pro-Palestinian population that not only, they don't care about legality in reference to it, they only care about morality. So they believe massacring all civilians is moral. And then not just that, he disagrees with them for pragmatic concerns. Like, I hope you can track this with me. I brought up the baby example, and I think the baby example is perfectly fine. If I say, should you eat living babies? Should you eat babies live? And then I say, no, they're a sapient creature capable of feeling pain. They're sentient. They have moral worth. They're human. You're causing them pain for no discernible benefit. It's evil. It's wrong. Then you're like, damn, you're a normal human. And then if another person says, well, I don't like eating babies because there's no good way to cook them. Neither one of them wants to eat babies, but one of them wants to not eat babies for a sane reason, and one of them wants to not eat babies for an insane reason. One of them is making a moral analysis, and one of them is appealing to practicality. I didn't hear half the things being said in this VOD and this outside knowledge. Where did the say, I think the illegal slaughter of Israelis was good? He didn't. He didn't say that, but he said, I don't think that shooting babies in the face is good because it's not practical. It's not going to achieve the desired outcome of Palestinian liberation. He didn't say that killing babies was inherently immoral or illegal. He just said, I don't think it's going to achieve Palestinian liberation. So in this analogy, he's the guy who says, well, there's not really a good way to cook babies with rich flavor, so I don't want to eat babies. Yeah, is that what he said? Yeah, that's what he said. Yes, we just watched the clip.
I know the question asked wasn't, that's the weasel, that's the dodge. No, I totally agree with that. But is there anything unreasonable about what I just said in the following discrete? This is the only thing I'm looking at right now. That here, Hasan's statement clearly delineates between legal and moral and does not imply that there are
Officer Nasty says, and Dusty says he doesn't think that the Epstein files are pragmatic. I don't think that makes him morally repugnant. I think it does in a degree. I think his laissez-faire attitude about Epstein. Shit, I was going to talk to him about the Epstein files, and I was going to talk to him about the Preddy shooting, because I was going to say, like, you can't compel any person to care about a topic that they don't care about, right? So I would never try to compel Stephen to care about a topic that he doesn't care about. But pretending that the schizo conspiracy theorist who said there are rich, powerful people in government who abuse children and cover it up as a part of social cachet and keep blackmail on each other in order to advance their own power and clout and money. And he says, oh, no, that's just all conspiracy theory, lizard brain bullshit. It's all like, Bohemian Grove, whatever that place is called. Bohemian Grove, Moloch, cult, cannibal, adrenochrome conspiracy theories. And then you find out what's in the Epstein files and you're like, nah, there's like a 70% overlap between conspiracy theories and what actually happened. I think you could just go, oh, wow, this is the real thing. That's kind of fucking crazy. It's not as extreme as the conspiracy theorists said, but it's still enough of an overlap to be, holy shit, this is a huge moment in American politics. I almost guarantee you that regardless of whether or not we find out that Epstein was connected to Intel services and he was protected because of his connections to Intel services, the same way that the JFK assassination was talked about for the past 50 years, people will be talking about Epstein. But you wouldn't say Destiny probably agrees with those sick freaks. I don't know. I don't know why he's not interested in, one of the largest political scandals of the past 50 years. I think it's an appeal to available information. That's what I think it is. I also think it's bad. What do you want me to say? Right? Because there's no angle. There's no contention. Oftentimes Stephen is entertained by topics that in and of themselves engender contention, whereas the contention is like, yeah, the pedophile rape island is bad. Okay. All right. Anyways, sorry. I'm sorry for interrupting the flow of content, but there's actually just Pisco's taking a while to get through it. So I'm trying to, I've kind of covered my bases in reference to the talking points that I wrote down. So I'm kind of waiting for Pisco to move forward.
Extensive. Maybe they result to the same result, but that they're different inquiries. Everyone here must recognize that, right? There's no reasonable way to interpret this statement that doesn't recognize that truth, correct?
All right, I'm going to fast forward 5 minutes and see if Pisco moves to any other insight. If he doesn't move on to any other insight, I'm probably going to wrap.
Again, the question is like, what does he mean? What do you guys mean by morally wrong? He eventually says it would be bad solely because it would hurt Palestinians, not because it's evil in and of itself, because lives. Oh, okay, so is what you're trying to say? This I would understand. He doesn't.
Okay, cool. He understands the point that we're making, so I'm not going to belabor the point. Talking to somebody and saying, hey, eating babies is wrong because you don't want to hurt a member of your species who is sapient and sentient and capable of feeling pain, and therefore that's evil and bad. Cool. Whereas somebody says, well, have you ever tried eating baby? I've tried it with lemon pepper, and I've tried it with barbecue sauce, and I've tried it with a dry rub, and I've tried it with smoking it outside. None of it tastes good. There's no advantage to eating a baby. You know what I'm saying? Like obviously you're going to treat those people different. And in my opinion, Hasan Piker in this analogy is the guy, he doesn't want to eat babies, which is great. Thanks, Hasan Piker. I'm happy you don't want to eat babies. However, I think he doesn't want to eat babies for a weird reason, which is it doesn't taste good. So Giga Impact says, will you also talk to Steve about pro-V Santi intervention in Iran? Maybe. maybe what I'm going to do is I'm going to have my brother in Muhammad, Khazra, my brother in Yahweh and Allah, Khazra, send me some links to some to some Iranian protests. I'm gonna see if I can get amped up on the topic from the massacre of Iranian civilians, and then if I can, I'll go call Stephen a bad guy for what are the three things? Number one, wanting to attack ICE. You know, he's vilifying our nation's law enforcement. Number two, sweeping for Jeffrey Epstein. And number three, not caring about the plight of the Iranian people. I'll attack him for those. Gig Impact says Steve is streaming right now if you want, so you could probably hop on right now. Nah, not today. I'm at 4.5 hours. I'm good. I covered my topics. I was very specific. I used my notebook intelligently. I created 2 excellent VODs for you fine folk at home. And also we beat we got more than 20 super chats, so we had a beautiful day. So I'm going to thank the people who have supported it. Remember to like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I'll DM Steve later and say, hey, I want to talk at some point this week about this, and this. I'm sure he'll say yes, and we'll do it. So Grassroots with the 10, Fellrunner with the 5, Sean Kaplan with the 10, Shapingro with the gifted, Grassroots with the 20, Grassroots with the 10, Grassroots with the 20. Thank you, Grassroots, for carrying the stream today. Shapingro with the gifted, Numinax with the 5, Numinax with the 5, Real Serious with the 100 Argentinian pesos, Sean Kaplan with the 5, Anonymous Chatter with the 20, Vazraka with the gifted, Grassroots with the 5, Grassroots with the 20, Grassroots with the 20, Fellrunner with the 5, Grassroots with the 20, gifted. Thank you to Grassroots. I think unironically, he's probably half of the super chats today, but we still got 20 super chats, so I'm not going to complain. And then not just that, he oiled with the 20 gifted. So thank you, kings and queens, for your viewership. Thank you, kings and queens, for your financial support. I parasocially love you. I hope you have a beautiful day, and I'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. on Counterpoints Politics. All right? Ladies and gentlemen of the COG, I hope you had a good time, and I'll be asking again tomorrow morning, especially when we have more of the community members, more of the regulars here, when Christian Valeris is here, because Christian Valeris is another oiler for the stream. I'm going to ask Christian Valeris if he likes the note system. So, all right, cool. Love you guys. Mwah. I see you, Horse God. I see your comment. Bye for now.